Okay,
Yeah, you ready?
I'm ready. King's
Okay,
pawn
so
from Volkido.
yeah, and then Hikaru answered with the Sicilian.
So
We
do
see
you
knight of
think
three.
that's a clear signal he wants to win this game?
Yeah. I mean, if he wouldn't mind a draw, he could play the Berlin, but I feel like you should try if you're 200 points higher rated. Just playing the Berlin and giving your giving your opponent the option to make a quick draw. I don't think is right. So I like this approach a lot better from Hikaru. We see the Rossalimo by Vogidov and then Bishop D7, and all of this all used to be pretty standard, John Lutic. I think, however,
Yeah, I'm at
this
Bishop
move.
B5. So Bishop
Mm-hmm.
B5, this is the Rossalimo, right?
Yeah, that's the Rossalimo. And I think really this move E6 on move 9, it sort of became a new thing.
I'm not there yet, Benjamin. I'm not there yet. So
Okay.
Hikaru played pawn to D6, which opens voluntarily up for the white bishop towards the black king, but it also gives the option of moving the bishop out to act as a deterrent on that diagonal. Vukidov, he castles, the bishop gets into the game, the rook gets involved. That's one of the big benefits of castling, getting the rook into the center. Hikaru has been slow, I think is fair to say, in developing his kingside pieces. But here he moves the knight into the game. White tries to build a big pawn center. So he first moves the pawn up to c3 to give protection to the d4 square. So if you go pawn to d4 immediately, you get these two pawns working together, pointing in and controlling towards the opponent's half, but the pawn also just gets captured immediately. So white, in order to get those two pawns up there more permanently, tries to have first a cover pawn to help out. Hikaru attacks the white bishop, which retreats all the way back. And then, just like white moved the bishop for a second time, Hikaru also moves the bishop for a second time. But I guess this is directed against wanting to prevent the d4 move, Benjamin.
Yeah, no, certainly. It's aimed to prevent d4. So Vogidov goes h3, asking black to make a decision with a light squared bishop, and Hikaru decides to trade. On f3, Vogidov recaptures. And here the move e6. Now, for the longest time, g6 used to be the main move, to go bishop g7. However, I think white is just supposed to be a bit better there. You can go like d3, knight d2, then queen d1, knight f3, and d4. So e6 has become knight f3 and d4. And Hikaru actually had this in the speed chess championship against MVL, and he was just worse. So e6 actually became a bit of a new touch around, I'd say around like 10 years ago. So this setup, black is just aiming to the
10 years ago, but you just said that Hikaru played this pawn to g6 in the Speed Chess Championship. That was just last month.
Yeah, so I guess maybe he brushed up his theory a little bit.
So you're saying pawn to e6 is now the main move, and Hikaru played the worst move in the Speed Chess Championship?
Yeah, that's what I believe, yeah.
Okay. And now Vukidov moving his knight out to the edge of the board. Wow, he's really intending going pawn to d4, huh? Because this knight is headed for the c2 square.
Yeah, I guess then knight can go to c2, and then you can go d4. The question is how Hikaru is going to respond to that. I mean, maybe you can meet d4 by taking on d4, then going d5 and meet e5 with knight e4. Although white,
you have to go a little bit slower, Benjamin. I'm struggling to keep pace. So
my bad.
Trade the pawns and then d5 to re-challenge.
Exactly.
The computer is really liking this strategy.
I mean, that's usually the case with my recommendations. But I guess the question is, how do you deal with e5, knight e4, and bishop d3? Or do you have to move f5?
So black gets the knight into the center, but white challenges the knight quite firmly with 3 pieces. However, what was it you said? Pawn to f5?
Yeah, as f5, like f5 looks like a good move to me.
And this is actually very similar to what Hikaru did in his first round game with the black pieces against the Indian girl, Vantika. Because there he also tried to get a knight into the center early on and then protect that knight very firmly with his pawns.
Exactly, yeah. So here it's a little bit different, I guess, because the knight on e4 is behind. Like here, the pawn is on e5, whereas against Vantika, the pawn was on e2 or e3. But yeah, I definitely.
This is true.
Exactly. And the pawn on d4, therefore, is also somewhat weak, as it's not supported by any of its neighbors. So I think Vokhidov has to be a little bit more careful with carrying out the d4 push.
Okay. But I mean, he's clearly intending this, though. Do you think there's somewhere else this knight might be headed?
I think the knight is headed to c2. I mean, it can go to c4, but then it can always be hit with a tempo with b5 or d5. So I think Vokhidov is going to put the knight on c2, but I think he's going to be more patient with the move d4. I mean, he can also just go knight c2, go d3, g3, bishop g2, and then the question is, what exactly are we going to do with black?
Yeah, I agree. What are we going to do? We've given the opponent the bishop pair. I'm a huge fan of the 2 bishops working together, and we've kind of given that advantage to the opponent very early on without necessarily having much to justify that with.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's always the tough thing when you play with black, right? You have to do something if you want to imbalance the game. Here, Hikaru has a slight imbalance in the pawn structure, but like you said, I do like the fact for white that he has the bishop pair. And it's not going to be easy here for Hikaru to imbalance the game further, because when you push in the center with a move like d5 potentially, white is more than happy to take and open up the center. As you said, white has the bishop pair, and generally when the center opens up, that is to the advantage of the side with the 2 bishops.
I mean, bishops in general kind of like for pawns to get out, get away, because pawns will often block the bishop's path.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, d5 could be an idea down the line. Maybe you can also expand a little bit on the queen side with a move like b5. I guess the game is going to be a little bit cagey, a little bit dodgy, where both sides are going to maneuver for a little bit, and it's going to take a while before we see some further action.
Yeah. Personally, I gotta say, I really like this opening for white. And I'm not just saying that because I've played this opening with white since I was like 15 years old. But I really do like the long-term potential of the bishops and the kind of long-term ideas of pushing your pawns forward. I think one of the things I've started to realize about myself as a chess player is that I like not pushing the pawns forward immediately when they get stuck. I like having the flexibility of first getting all my pieces into play and then gradually getting my pawns forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's nice if you control the pawn breaks and if you control the pawn pushes. Whereas here, it's not going to be as easy for Hikaru to, push his pawns or go for any sort of pawn break. And June, actually a fun fact, Vokhidov is the player who beat Hans Moog Niemann in 12 moves at the World Rapid Championship last year.
Wow, 12 moves.
Yep.
That is rough. Losing to anyone in 12 moves is rough. But yeah, Hans having all that attention. and then losing in 12 moves. That's that's harsh. How did Vakitov do in that tournament?
I don't know how he did in that tournament, but Hans, he just blundered right out of the opening. It was a sharp line in the Jabba London, and Hans just forgot about a pretty basic tactic.
Okay, here we see the knight making its way to this c2 square. I'm suspecting Hikaru will castle pretty quickly just to get that king out of the potential path of white's rook. And we've already discovered that we're not afraid of the pawn push for white in the center, because if that pawn push comes immediately, we can safely make the trade and then challenge the remaining white pawn here to enable our knight getting a great square in the center of the board. So I guess we don't have that much more to say about Hikaru's game. I do think I kind of like Vakitov's position, so I'm not feeling super optimistic at the moment. But at the same time, Hikaru's plan is pretty straightforward. So I was thinking maybe we should check in with Mr. Carlson.
Yeah, let's check in his game. So Magnus, his game started off as a Petrov opening. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. You take the pawn on e5, and black goes d6, kicking the knight back. So Magnus jumped back to f3. His opponent took the pawn, and here a move that is a little bit offbeat. Magnus played the move d3. Now the main moves here are d4 or knight c3. But with the move d3, Ludwig, he's actually inviting him into an exchange French, right? Because after knight f6, d4, I suppose black's main move here is the move d5. But his opponent actually played the move g6, which to me is a little bit odd.
Yeah, it's very strange. You have this opportunity to play a completely symmetrical position against the best player in the world, and you're saying, no, I don't want to do this. But I have a story about this from the biggest Norwegian success at the Chess Olympiad, a team event, kind of like the world championship for national teams. Because Magnus showed up when we were traveling to the venue, and he said, "Today I'm playing 1e3." And I told Magnus, "I'd rather not know this. I'd rather you kept this to yourself. Is there any way I can talk you out of this?" And he said, "No." And so he played e3, and he played e3 repeatedly. And one of the reasons he played this was because he believed that after e5, d4, he thought going into this very same position that we could have had on the board today, known as the French exchange, this was actually his idea, that the French exchange was undervalued for the white pieces, and in particular that if black just tries to copy white's moves, he liked this queen to e2, giving a check on the king, and if the queen blocks, he just wanted to trade queens and then castle and try and use his rook to attack the black king in the center. So he did this a couple of times. It didn't really work out that well. But I've noticed that from time to time, he still does play this exchange French, and he still believes that it has some objective value in putting pressure on the opponent.
Yeah. And so it's kind of funny, like back then, Magnus messed around with moves like e3. We saw him at the European Club Cup playing the move a6 on the very first move. So, Jan, what do you make of such disrespect openings?
Well, I mean, as I said, I tried to talk Magnus out of it. There was also another time that was so this thing about pawn to e3, that was the chess Olympiad in Baku in 2015, 2016 maybe.
2016,
But
yeah.
there was also the chess Olympiad in Khanty-Mansiysk in 2010,
10.
where Magnus told me just prior to the game that he was going to play this Norwegian rat opening, provoking the opponent to step forward, chasing the knight out to the edge of the board. And he told me, I'm going to play this against Mickey Adams, who's a really good British grandmaster who was world class, well, both previously and at that time. And once again, I was like, oh, maybe you shouldn't do that. Can I talk you out of it? And he's like, no, I looked at this. It's not as bad as it looks. And Magnus actually got a fine position against Mickey Adams, but he ended up losing. So Magnus, his willingness to play some really risky stuff just to kind of entertain himself is impressive. But I guess that's also why he's playing these openings, that he's actually bored playing normal chess and he wants to be provocative, and he wants to try and basically get in the head of the opponents. Because when you play a move like this, it's like, I can beat you no matter what. I can let you have control in the center, and I can still beat you, is his claim. And well, he did. He did win this game in the first round in Albania last month.
Exactly, yeah. And the move a6, it's not even that bad. If you look at the eval bar, it's not even moved that much. And basically the point is that you're just going to play, that's what Magnus said, he just played a French, right? He went e6 on the next move, and then d5. And the move a6 actually has some merit to it, as it stops the move bishop e5 in some variations. But you do have that psychological effect where you play a6 on the first move, and then as soon as Magnus gets a fine position, his opponent must be thinking to himself, wait, why is my opponent fine here? He's played the move a6 on the first move. Like, he's just disrespecting me.
Yeah, and that can be. I remember also Magnus played the move pawn to f3 in the Champions Chess Tour against Jan Krzysztof Duda, who was like a top 15 player in the world at that time. And f3, I don't think this opening is actually worse than pawn to a6, even though this opening is for white and that opening is for black, because the pawn puts itself in the path of where the knight wanted to go. So it's not just wasting time, it's actively putting your pawn, blocking your normal development. And Magnus has had this thing where he goes for really silly openings, but still doing well with it. And like you said, kind of humiliating the opponent through its use. I guess what we're trying to say is, compared to Magnus's, some of Magnus's weird ways of playing openings in the past, this one is almost is completely okay, even if unusual.
Right. All right. So yeah, we have more moves after. So g6 was played by his opponent. Magnus developed with bishop d3, bishop to g7, then castles, h3. A nice little touch by Magnus, stopping his opponent from developing the bishop to g4. And also by putting his bishop on d3, he's stopping the opponent from developing the bishop to f5, which is why his opponent decided to fianchetto his other bishop as well with the move b6. And here Magnus decided to grab more space. So the move c4, bishop b7 was played, and knight c3, rook e8 was played, and bishop d3. I think white can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening. You have a lot of space, all of your pieces are pretty active, and black's quite passive on the last three ranks.
Yeah, no black piece beyond these pawns and the knight, and it really doesn't seem like there's gonna be pieces getting involved. anytime soon either. How do you feel about Magnus's plan moving forward? Specifically, I guess what I'm wondering is, do you think Magnus will want to play the move d5, which would block one of the black bishops, but on the other hand would open up for the other for the opposite one?
Yeah, that is a good question. Yeah, like you said, it does open up the dark square bishop. So I think the nice thing for Magnus is that he can choose when he wants to do so. So I think right now he's not in a rush. You can make the argument that if Magnus does not play d5 himself, the opponent can play d5. But I feel like Magnus's pieces are more actively placed, so I feel like he's better prepared for tension in the center, and I think he's just going to continue with moves like rook d1. That being said, Yoon, we have a lot more moves in the game of Hikaru.
Okay, let's pop back there. Wow, they're playing very quickly. Is Hikaru still in his preparation, you think?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. I mean, perhaps he is. I wouldn't be shocked.
Okay, so castles from Hikaru, that we were definitely expecting. And Vakito, he does go for this d4 move, which frankly we thought he shouldn't do. We were talking about how he should maybe just calmly get his pieces out before making those aggressive forward moves in the center. But he goes for it immediately. And now, after the capture, instead of pawn captures back like we were expecting, the Uzbek Grandmasters, he captures with a knight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. I guess I'm kind of curious, right? So after knight takes, so let's say we do the same thing. Let's say we take on d4, white recaptures, we go d5, white goes e5, we go knight e4. Apparently here there's the move queen to b3, attacking the pawn on b7. And if we defend it with a move like queen e7, here bishop d3 makes a little bit more sense. As now after f5... So what exactly is the difference? I guess your queen... I guess the knight on c2 was rather passive, so you're happy to trade that off. And I guess for black it's difficult to really... Like, you get the pawn to f5, but what do you do after that? So I guess white might have an advantage here.
I don't know. I don't get it, Benjamin. I don't understand why this is good for white, and the other position we had, which was with the knights still on the board. I mean, even here, you could still do this queen move, right? You could still attack this pawn. And if the pawn is protected, you could still move the bishop out. And like, I guess I don't really understand why this is okay or even better for black, whereas this is much better for white. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it's also somewhat surprising to me. I mean, again, I do feel like the knight on c2 might be a bit of a target in some variations. For example, if the knights are still on the board after queen b3, you do have to move rook c8. So you cannot take on b7 as there's knight e5, and you lose the knight on c2.
Well, I just realized, maybe this is the point. If f3 trying to take the knight a5 is almost trapping the queen.
Yeah. Again, I feel like that knight on c2, it's passive, but also very often it's in the way, right? Like sometimes you want to move the queen to c2, sometimes you want to move to d1. So it's really blocking a lot of the white pieces, and it's passive. So I guess that's why the knight trade is good. So after knight takes d4, Hikaru decided not to trade the knights and go down the variation. Instead, he played the move d5, pushing in the center right away. So now white can still play e5, but here we're now forced to take on d4, and now we can play knight e4 right away. And black actually here is doing very fine. So Vokhidov here decides to use his bishops and take on c6, Hikaru recaptures, and now takes on d5, Hikaru recaptures with the pawn. So here we see that Hikaru has more pawns in a sense.
Why are we not going pawn to e5 now?
I guess now again we go knight to e4, and the pawn on e5 is a little bit loose.
Well, still, okay, so if we attack the knight, and then we always have this trick with the pawn coming up to defend the knight in the center.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we talked about earlier how bishops often prefer having some pawns traded off because pawns will very often stand in the bishop's way. Here, I guess the most clear example of that is the pawn on e5, which when this other white bishop gets into the game, well, it's not really getting into the game because the bishop is just going to be blocked by its own pawn.
Yeah, now here I really like the black position. And another important point is that if white decides to take en passant, we can recapture with a rook. And we attack the queen, and if the queen steps over to, it's hard even to suggest a good square, like let's say to maybe like e2, you can take the pawn on f2 with, let's say, the knight, and black is doing very well.
I mean, I would be very tempted to take with a rook because then I'm attacking the queen. But yeah, apparently taking with the rook is not good because then the queen can do a counterattack in addition to the pressure on the knight. Yeah, no, I feel like this is some tricky stuff, but they're playing, at least Hikaru is playing very quickly. So I'm getting the suspicion that he's still in his preparation. So Hikaru takes on, Vokidov takes on d5, opening up for the bishop pair. Hikaru recaptures, and we've caught up with the game. And well, I guess the question is, what is white going to do now? Do you have a preference, Benjamin?
Yeah, so I still feel like white has a pretty... there's not too much risk for white in this position. Like you said, he does have two bishops. The position is fairly open. The pawn on a6 is a bit of a target as it's currently on the bishop's diagonal. And I think what Vokidov could potentially try to do here is carry out the c4 push to open up the position a little bit more. So it's not going to be easy here for Hikaru to create realistic winning chances, I think.
So, I mean, the guy just got the bishop pair, and now he's just trading pawns on every single opportunity he has, just getting rid of all the pawns to open up for the bishops. But then the question becomes, hasn't Hikaru managed to do quite a few advantageous things for him while Vokidov was so busy trading the pawns?
Right. Yeah. So we do see that Hikaru does have a small advantage on the clock, but you know, Vokidov still has an hour, right? It's still a lot of time, and I think that's really one big difference. Like in rapid chess and blitz chess, the opening matters as well, but not as much in a sense that, you know, in classical you can be down 20 minutes, but if you have an advantage at the board, that's going to be much more important. As an hour is still a lot of time to figure out good moves and put serious pressure on your opponent.
And do you think that's the case here, that white has a better position despite the time deficit?
I think white is better. I mean, white at least doesn't seem to be having a lot of risk. But like you said, there might be... Hikaru might still be in his preparation, as he did play some moves very quickly, especially the move d5 came very quickly, whereas, you know, he could have considered taking on d4. He did, however, spend a little bit of time. He spent 5 minutes on the move bishop b7. So I'm not quite sure if he's still in his preparation or not.
And I mean, can you conjure any kind of situation in which black could win? Are we looking at a game now where Hikaru has to defend and that's it? Is there any hope of a victory here?
I don't know. Like, it's definitely not going to be easy. It's certainly not going to be easy. And I don't know how he should go about creating winning chances, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
I guess I'm thinking so black's advantage right now is that we have 2 central pawns, whereas white has none. So black should probably play in the center of the board. And one of the benefits of having pawns in the center is that you can use those to defend important squares, such as the e4 square here. So I feel like if Hikaru's going to win this, it's going to look something like a knight coming into the center. And then maybe getting the support of another pawn. And if we could somehow, I don't know, start pointing our pieces towards the white king. But the problem with all of this is that once this rook comes into position to point down on the queen, we're very prone to being hit by this c4 move, which challenges one of the key black pawns in the center. And right here, we can't even get out of it because of the pressure from the rook on the queen. So I really want to go and be aggressive with the knight. But if the knight moves up, it's going to be very dependent on this pawn to support it. And that pawn is actually not that great in terms of white having an easy plan to challenge it in the near future.
Exactly. And I think all of those moves like 94 and f5, I think black's overextending there. I think Hikaru has to adopt a much more solid approach. I think what he could do is maybe put his queen on a5, put the rooks, let's say, on b8 and c8 to exert some pressure on those on that open file and the half open file. Actually, both of those files are half open. And what Hikaru should also try to do, in my opinion, is that whenever Vokhidov is going to play bishop e3, Hikaru should potentially try to trade off the pair of dark squared bishops with a move like bishop c5 down the line. So maybe queen c7, followed by bishop c5 if the bishop lands there, or queen b6 and bishop c5. Because right now, Vokhidov, with the bishop pair, controls both color complexes. And very often, how you want to counter the bishop pair is trading off one pair of bishops, so your opponent only controls one color complex.
Let's do the light squares in green and the dark squares in blue.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. He's controlling both of them with his queen and pawns and bishops and whatnot. But Hikaru kind of also has, Hikaru has some control of both right now. Right now, Hikaru controls both in that he has these pawns protecting each other, but also taking control into key light squares. And he has that dark squared bishop. But, and this is why I feel like c4 is such a good move, by pushing this pawn up, Vokhidov can challenge that light squared control Hikaru has, and let's say Hikaru just gets his queen into the game after the trade on d5. Suddenly Hikaru's not really going to have that much light squared control because the spare of his the tip of the sword, is that a thing? Like, yeah. Anyway, it's gone. It's not there anymore.
Right.
We no longer have control of some of the very important light squares in the center.
Exactly, yeah. And we see the move bishop e3 by Vokhidov, and now Hikaru has paused the thing, which is somewhat concerning, as it feels like white is a better position. We were hoping that Hikaru is still in his preparation, and that does not seem to be the case. So, Yoon, what if we go queen c7 here, preparing that idea of bishop to c5? I think what this position is basically going to revolve around is whether Hikaru can quickly trade off one pair of bishops. If he's able to do so and without too much damage, I think he's doing quite fine. but maybe white can quickly try to open up the position with a move like rook c1 followed by c4.
Yeah, but I mean, then Hikaru accomplishes what he set out to do, right? To trade off the bishops. And then he doesn't need to be too concerned about one bishop controlling the light squares because, well, he has that similar control of the dark squares that white has with the light squares. Or do you think this position is still troublesome?
I think there's still potential for white to be better there. Like I said before, the pawn on a6 for the moment, at least, is a bit of a target. You're going to have to address that one way or another. You're going to have to decide here, are you going to take on c4 or are you just going to move your queen out of the way? I would think probably queen a5, but maybe white just plays something like a3, followed by b4. When you go b4, you fix the pawn on a6 a little bit. So it does feel like white has a pretty risk-free advantage here. Which is really not what you want if you're Hikaru, right? I mean, you wanna get a position where you have some chances as well, and if it's dry, okay, so be it. Maybe you just make a draw, but here there are no winning chances, and you're worse. So, and for Vokhidov, that's really a dream situation.
Okay, so some concerns about the opening in Hikaru's game. We're gonna let him ponder this. In the meantime, we have big news coming out of Qatar, a press statement from the Qatar Chess Federation. And we'll try to put that up on the screen for you. And I guess we'll try to read what it says.
Exactly. Yep. So here we have it, John Ludwig. All right. So yeah, let's try to read in. So what does it say? The following. Okay, I think the first part, there's nothing. It's talking about a badges, Jan Ludwig.
Okay, yeah, badges. So these are normal at tournaments to identify who are the audience and who are the players and who are the arbiters.
Right. Yeah. And so what very often happens at these tournaments is that you get a badge. And when you want to enter the tournament hall, you have to show your badge to people who are outside there. And I think it's happened to almost any chess player that you go to the tournament and you're like, oh, shoot, I forgot my badge. And you have to rush back to the hotel. But yeah, as we see here, players...
reminded to wear their badges at all times, a color token corresponding to their section, which means which areas they have access to. Only players carrying a token, areas restricted, blah, blah, blah. And you cannot stay in the venue after the end of your game. Media, first 10 minutes. After that, only the official photographer may stay in the area, and spectators cannot be on the playing floor. They have to be in the stands.
Exactly.
That seems fair.
And also we have some fair play measures and playing procedures. Games are broadcasted with a 15-minute delay. The refreshment area and toilets are exclusively reserved for Hikaru and Magnus, to the exclusion of any other participants. After the first 10 minutes of the game, only Magnus and Hikaru may carry a phone when an area is restricted to the players and shall not use it in the playing area and refreshment area. Pens that are provided for the games by the organizer are expected to be used and left at the board at the end of each game. Items that trigger the security scanners during checks at the entrance of the playing venue, such as pens, wallets, watches, and beads, may have to be left at the security checkpoints, and players who have finished their games shall leave the restricted area if they wish so. They may access areas reserved to spectators respecting the corresponding procedures.
I think to surmise, the There has been some security concerns at the tournament, and the organizers have acted to that effect, implementing more measures. And hopefully, Mr. Carlson is happy with this, and we can continue having a nice and fair tournament with no drama whatsoever. No drama. That's the goal.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, one thing that was actually kind of funny, you and Ludwig, or I don't know how to put it, was that Magnus's opponent, he was not only wearing a watch yesterday, on his other wrist he was wearing beads, which I don't suspect him of anything, but it's kind of ironic a little bit.
Is that actually true? Was it
Yeah,
like
he was wearing
friendship
beads.
bracelet?
I mean, it was a bracelet that had beads on it, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
No,
Hikaru
that
is
is
still
kind of funny. That is kind
Yeah,
of funny.
exactly. Yeah. So
Do you
Hikaru
think
is still
those went off in the security control?
Nah, I don't think so.
Do you think he's both
Anyway,
watchless and beatless?
I assume that for today's round they don't let anyone in with a watch or with other bracelets, or I guess even a ring is, or wait, I guess
mean, we
rings are
gotta ask
fine.
Hikaru, right?
Yeah.
We gotta ask Hikaru after the game. Did his rings beep, and was he allowed? Well, he's clearly wearing them on camera. But
Mm-hmm.
the FIDA regulations do state that anything made of metal that beeps, you may be prevented from taking that, from bringing that to the game. So I guess we'll ask Hikaru if he had any trouble getting his what is it? It's the championship rings from the U.S. Championship.
Yeah, he's having that championship ring, I think, around his middle finger. And then he also has his wedding ring, I think, on his other hand, but I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah,
Hikaru is
metal
now.
is a bit rough if you're demanding people take off their wedding rings. That's true.
Yeah.
I'm not sure people thought through all the regulations always.
All right, so Bishop E3 by Vokhidov, and yeah. What about Queen C7 here, followed by Bishop C5?
Yeah, to me, that's what makes the most sense. Try and trade the bishops off, and I would suspect Vakita he wants to avoid trading the bishops, so I would think he then replies with bishop to d4, with the intention being that by putting pressure on the knight, you're preventing the bishop from moving. The bishop is now needed to protect the knight. And if you try to trade the bishops off, you're allowing the white bishop to start capturing, winning a pawn, and removing the defense around black's king. So I do agree with you, Benjamin. I do not like Hikaru's position. I think it's unpleasant. And it's unpleasant in a way that doesn't really, it's not one of those risky but with high reward. It's more unpleasant, having to struggle to make a draw. So we're gonna let Hikaru think about this, and we'll get a break, and we'll see what plan Hikaru comes up with when we return.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Qatar Masters. Grandmasters Benjamin Bach and Yoon Ludwig bringing you all the action. Yoon, while we were on the break, Hikaru played the move knight to d7. What do you think about this one?
I think that makes a lot of sense. I feel like a lot of the problems we've been encountering with Hikaru's position has revolved around the move pawn to c4. And now, by moving the knight back, Hikaru is actually preventing that pawn break, because if the pawn moves up now, knight to e5 will attack the queen, but it will also attack the pawn. Meaning that, white could technically still do this, but then white would have absolutely no chance of an advantage, as after the queen moves to counter attack the knight, there will just be some trades. And with both bishops being of the same color, I feel like this is I'm pretty confident that this would be a draw, despite white having some advantage due to the 2 versus 1 situation on the queen side. And I think that last point is worth talking a bit more about, because I said, well, black's advantage right now is that he has 2 pawns in the center while white has none. But conversely, it's also an advantage for Vokirov that he has 3 versus 1 on the queen side, which is very significant because it's often to your advantage having what we call a pawn majority on the opposite side of where the kings are. So you want to have pawns that can become new queens as far away from the opponent king as possible.
Exactly, yeah. So that in a potential endgame, it's going to be very difficult for the king to stop those pawns. So yeah, with the move knight d7, we stop the move c4. Maybe what Vokirov can do is play a move like rook a d1, right? Preparing that c4 push. Now, there's still the move knight e5, but knight e5 right now doesn't have any punch. The queen just moves, let's say, to f4. You attack the knight, and the queen can swing over to a4. Hikaru could play the move bishop c5, but I think now Vokirov is very well equipped to take and play the move c4. And I think here we're just losing a pawn.
With the pressure from the rook down towards the queen and the black pawn on d5, landing in the crosshairs. Yeah, so this is no good. But on the other hand, when you go rook d1, so clearly pointing down towards the queen, that presents a great opportunity for a move you talked about earlier, for the queen to move up and start attacking the white pawn on a2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so perhaps that's what Hikaru is looking to do. I think, yeah, once that rook moves to d1, I think queen a5 makes a lot of sense, attacking the pawn on a2. So let's say white goes a3. Jan Ludwig, I think I have an idea of what Hikaru wants to do. Maybe he wants to place his bishop on f6. With the bishop on f6, it's going to be very difficult for white to ever go c4. And then he can put his rook on b8, put pressure on the pawn on b2. White can defend it with bishop c1, but then maybe you can play something like knight c5, knight a4, blockade those pawns a little bit. And actually there, I do potentially see some chances for Hikaru to win the game.
Yeah, that I agree. That would be an accomplishment if you could start getting all of that pressure in towards the white pawns. Mm-hmm. So I guess my first thought, and maybe that's a weird one, but I'm thinking maybe use the other rook. I don't like having to deal with the attack on the a2 pawn. So I'm starting to think, even though this rook is in the corner, it's actually doing quite an important task there by protecting the pawn, so that you might want to use the other rook to put pressure instead. I swear to God, I hadn't seen that was the computer's top choice, But it was not the choice of the Uzbek grandmaster. He plays the more human approach, which is which piece has not come into play just yet, the rook in the corner, and he plays it into the center. And I guess now we're expecting Hikaru to move his queen up.
Exactly. So let's say Hikaru goes queen a5 now, hitting the pawn on a2. I'm wondering, can Vokhidov go c4 and meet knight e5 now with queen h5 and take advantage of the pin, so to speak, along the fifth rank?
So c4, putting pressure on the black pawn. We had prepared our response, moving the knight up to both attack the white queen and the white pawn. And then queen h5 is such a sneaky move. Because now if we take the white pawn, after all the trades, we've opened up along the fifth rank, and we let white take our queen.
Exactly.
So I guess this just doesn't work then.
No, it doesn't seem to be working. And Hikaru has already moved. He's played the move queen to c8. So I guess with this move, he's firmly stopping c4. And it does look a little bit passive, though, the queen on c8. So what exactly does he have in mind is what I wonder about.
I think he just saw this variation with the queens looking indirectly towards each other like an X-ray. And he just decided, I can't use that square for my queen. But also, why would he go here? Why wouldn't he go up?
I don't know. I'll tell you why. Because after queen c7, maybe then white can go c4 anyway.
What?
And after knight e5, then queen g3, and you're in a pin.
Ah, that's actually very clever. Our plan of going knight e5 thwarted as the queen now points down on the black queen. That feels like a really good reason for why we needed to put the queen where Hikaru put it.
Exactly. Yeah. But let's see what Vokhidov's going to do. I guess c4 right now is not a good move. We have to move knight e5. So maybe he's just going to prepare it slowly. Maybe move like rook c1 first.
But Benjamin, look at this. I put in the c4 move and our knight e5 counter, and the computer actually didn't react and says that white still has an advantage in this scenario.
Wow. So show us how, Jan Ludwig. What does white do here?
Well, I can just regurgitate the computer. I'm not really a fan of giving away pawns, but the computer says the queen can move, both pointing down towards the king and the knight in the center. Hikaru would then win a pawn, which I kind of like. I like winning pawns. But then the bishop points in together with the queen against the black king. And when we try to block that, and then the computer just wants to point down on the black queen. Yeah, no, I'm not super impressed by this because the queen can just move. We don't really care that we're going to lose the pawn on c4 because we already won a pawn on c4. And we still managed to create these nice pawns defending each other. So yeah, having studied the computer's suggestion, I'm not super impressed.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe it works, but you're going to have to find some very precise moves down the line. And if you don't calculate this correctly, you risk, losing a pawn and black being better, or the game just petering out. In this position right here that we have on our board, we see that white has lost his bishop pair, and black seems to be doing...
we have on the board. I misinterpreted what you said.
My bad. Yeah, on the analysis board. Yeah, like here, black seems to be doing quite fine. White no longer has the bishop pair. So I would be surprised if Vokhidov goes for the move c4. I think he's going to prepare it a little bit. Maybe he's just going to go for a move like rook c1, preparing that c4 push.
But he just went rook d1.
Yeah, But queen d8 c8 is also not the most active move either.
You really think a grandmaster would first play his rook to d1, the queen moves out of the way, and you just follow the queen?
Right, maybe. And then yeah, I don't know what Hikaru is gonna do there, to be honest.
Well, I mean,
but how else are you gonna prepare to
continue moving his queen away, right?
Right, yeah, and hit the pawn on b2. But how else do you think Vogadov can prepare the c4 push?
That's a fair point. Yeah, no, you caught me there. But then maybe that's another reason why this rook move wasn't all that impressive. If you're gonna have to reroute the rook, then you'd rather have the other rook move here, and then when the queen moves out of the way, you can have both rooks pointing down.
Exactly.
I feel like we're just finding more reasons for why this incredibly anti-intuitive but brilliant other rook to d1 was clever. Because if you now have to move the rook again, then yeah, you lost some time in your setup.
Exactly. Yeah. So one thing I do like for Hikaru is that he is up 26 minutes on the clock. I don't think it's a big factor just yet. 48 minutes is still a lot of time, and Vogadov has to make another 23 moves to reach a time control, but it's not that much time, and he could potentially get low on the clock. I don't think that he could. I think the chances of him messing this up are very low, but he could end up in a situation where he's gonna need to find some very precise moves to really put the pressure on Hikaru. And if he doesn't quite have the time, I think there's a good chance that Hikaru is easily gonna hold here.
I'm starting to think he's going to play this c4 move anyway. Because that is very clearly what we believe to be White's best plan to try and... Oh, no, he goes bishop d4.
All right, but what if we go not just bishop f6?
Yeah. This is such a weird decision, I feel, because it both moves the bishop, which was already pretty well placed. It moves the bishop to a square that enables Hikaru to make a move he wanted to play anyway to reinforce protection around his king. And Hikaru could manage to get the trade of bishops, which is strategically favorable for him when the opponent has the bishop pair, the two bishops working together. I think this is a mistake, Benjamin.
Yeah, I think he's letting Hikaru off the hook here a little bit. So we have to move bishop f6 to trade of the bishops. I guess we can also go to c5, but if we go to c5, White can now go c4, as our queen no longer controls that square. So I like bishop f6 more. To me, it looks very natural. I think still the chances of Hikaru winning this game are very slim, but I think he should be completely fine now.
I mean, completely fine. I think that's a big statement, because I thought his position was quite problematic just a single move ago. And also, I feel like this move, bishop to f6, it's such an easy move. It's definitely going to be your first instinct. So I also feel like Hikaru's time advantage is going to increase even more as a result of this. So I agree with your statement, but I disagree with your pessimism about the winning chances. I think the trade of bishops is going to be so favorable and create so many more problems from a practical point of view that the time edge Hikaru has is more likely to influence the result of the game, meaning more likely for Hikaru to win.
Exactly. And we have the move bishop f6 by Hikaru on the board, offering the trade of bishops. Now, you can still step out of the way with bishop e3, but then you've lost a lot of time. So I don't think that's what Vogadov is going to do. I think he's probably going to go for that c4 push. I think, to be fair, I was a little bit too fast to say that Hikaru is completely fine here. I think white still has a bit of an edge. Like I said earlier, white has that queen side majority that he can slowly but surely push forward. Hikaru has the majority in the center, but it's going to be very difficult to push those pawns forward. So I think Hikaru is just going to trade here and then, play like queen c7, maybe move that a6 pawn to a5 to make sure that it's no longer on a light square, can no longer be targeted by the white bishop. And then I think at least Black should be doing all right if white doesn't do anything quickly here.
Okay. So, and we know for a fact Vokitov is not going to do anything quickly, at least not as far as time is concerned. And then in terms of attacking moves is yet to be seen. But let's take this opportunity to move over and check in with Mr. Carlson. We last looked at this position when Magnus had developed all his pieces into the center of the board. Benjamin, I have a question here. I recently kind of made the realization that putting bishops in the center is not so great because bishops in the center point towards the edges of the board, whereas the fianchettoed bishops on the edge is pointing in towards the middle. So I have this new theory I'm developing that, new to me at the very least, that bishops in the center maybe not that good. And the fianchettoed bishops, we've especially seen Magnus, I feel, the last couple of years. He's been fianchettoing his bishops, putting them here on these edges of the board, pointing in towards the center, way more than he did previously.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of interesting because I heard a long time ago that statistically speaking, bishops are indeed best placed when they are fianchettoed. Because like you said, they control the most squares, they control the middle. Now, I guess the reason why they you might be wondering, okay, then why did he place them in the center? I think he did place them in the center because Magnus had the center pawns, right? And the bishops support the pawns. And I think that probably overrides the fact that black has these fianchettoed bishops. As we see now, this pawn on d5. Oh, sorry. If we forward a couple of moves, Magnus did end up playing that move d5, which we discussed, right? Should he play d5? And Magnus says, yes, I want to block that bishop, the light square bishop on the long diagonal. He doesn't mind too much about the dark square bishop opening up. And again, yeah, I feel like the fact that Magnus as the center overrides the fact that perhaps the opponent's bishops are a little bit better, as his central pawn on d5 blocks the bishop on b7.
Yeah, so I mean, this bishop is a good bishop for black, but this bishop is a bad one, I guess, is the simplification of that. Let's do that in red. Bad. Red. Let's do good. Green.
Exactly.
Yeah. So by fianchettoing both bishops, black secured one of them being good, but maybe the problem is that one being bad is problematic enough. And Magnus with his queen and bishop, wow, actually now there's a clear intention of he's purposefully pointing them towards the edges of the board. Because that's where the black king is located, and Magnus is trying to create an attack.
Exactly. Yeah. So now black has to address the attack on the h6 pawn. I assume you do so by going king h7. You can go h5, but that weakens some squares, most specifically the g5 square where the bishop can now go to. So I'm not a big fan of that one. King h7 to me looks quite fine for black. I don't quite see a way for white.
But you're stepping into the bishop's diagonal, though. Isn't that scary?
I know, but I don't see a good way to open up the diagonal. If there's h4, h5 available, then yes, but for the moment, that's not really a thing. So to me, it looks like the best way to deal with the attack.
And look at the time.
Yeah, Magnus does not care. He's just playing. Yeah, he's playing rapid chess. But this is the great thing. Magnus, his understanding and intuition is so good that he can solely rely on that, and his hand just automatically makes the right move.
But Magnus was not playing this quickly on round one. Do you think he's playing this quickly because he lost and therefore is kind of tilting, or do you think it's just a strategy that maximizes his chance to win?
It could be a bit of both. That after yesterday's loss, he just wants to get a nice and convincing win. But I think also the position here really plays itself, right? And like I said, if Magnus has the advantage, then the moves come very automatically. When you have a worse position, then it's much more difficult to come up with good moves, right? Because after every move you make, you still have a worse position. Whereas now, like, everything looks very nice. Like, oh, I play this move d5, I block the bishop, go queen d2. Everything comes very natural here. And yesterday he tried to be creative with those knight moves, knight e7, knight e8, but it backfired horrendously. So I think this position is just much easier for him to play, and that's why he's finding good moves very quickly.
Okay, and well, I think my theory as pertains to time management, I often find that the player with the least amount of time is also the player who has the worst position on the board, because, like you said, Benjamin, you struggle finding the right moves when you have a bad position, simply because searching for good moves in bad positions is going to be time consuming, because there are no good moves and you're just going to have to settle for the least bad one.
Exactly. Yeah, and his opponent is already getting quite low on time. Like here, we were talking about Hikaru's game, right? In Hikaru's game, his opponent was around like 40-ish minutes or so, which I think is not a big deal. His opponent is still a little bit, wow, 94.
Look at this.
Yeah. Can't we just take twice and take an h6?
It's a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't get it. But yeah, I just wanted to say real quick that in Hikaru's position, his opponent doesn't have a lot of risk, right? So then 40 minutes is still a lot of time. Here, when the problems are piling up, then 30 minutes is not a lot, as you're gonna need time to solve those problems to stay in the game. But here, so Yoon, what happens if we take with the knight, then we take with the bishop, and we take on h6? What happens if black takes on e1?
So we're just following the line right now. Capture, captures, 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 captures. So this, I guess, is a possibility. Literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 captures in a row.
Exactly. Now, here there's the move knight g5 for white, threatening checkmate in 2 with queen h7, queen h8. But black can go queen f6 and seems to be doing all right. So maybe it's not too bad what his opponent is doing.
Yeah, I guess I said I thought it was a pawn sacrifice, but I was wrong, because I hadn't done all the takes, and I hadn't seen that in the end of this variation, the black bishop would be allowed to capture the white pawn in the center. And this is what's happening right now. Magnus did capture the knight. Black obviously recaptures, renews the threat on the white queen. The knight is taken out of commission. I'm not sure why we haven't seen the rook yet, but there it comes. The rook into the center. And now Magnus's opponent has the bishop pair. So you can't really allow that to stay the case. You want to capture the pawn, number one, because you want to eliminate some of the defense around the black king, but also simply because you want to trade the bishops so that this amazing bishop pointing down the board is eliminated.
Exactly. So, and here we see Magnus does take on h6. I feel like his opponent has to take the pawn. Right? I mean, what else are you going to do? Like, you could potentially make a case for taking on e1, maybe taking on h6 and going queen f6 first. But after queen f6, maybe we just go queen d2, defend the b2 pawn, defend the d5 pawn. I think white's just up a pawn here with a good position. So I think his opponent is going down that line. I think he's going to take everything and then take on d5. And again, knight g5, queen f6 still seems to be all right for black. Another idea, by the way, Jon Ludwig, is maybe to move knight h2. Because with the move knight h2, what we prepare is to move knight g4.
I'm not keeping track with you. I'm trying. The trade of the rooks did happen. And then, so he did make the trade between the bishops as well. And I guess he's going to take the pawn in the center. And this is where you said knight to h2?
Yes, maybe the move knight h2. I was just pointing out that I think black really does have to take the pawn, because if black plays a move like queen f6 instead, white plays queen d2 back, defending b2. Defending d5. But I think here, maybe to move knight h2, because with knight h2, we want to go knight g4. And let's make some moves. After knight h2, let's say you take an a2, we go knight g4. And let's say here black plays, I don't know, a5. To illustrate, our point is to go rook e8 check. Sacrifice the rook and then knight f6 checkmate. And you could stop that with going bishop e6 instead of a5. But I think here we sack the rook anyway. We go... Right, so let's say you take an a2, right? We go knight g4. Bishop e6, and we sack the rook. Like recapture, and we take on g6, and I would assume that white's attack is strong enough here.
It definitely seems like the black king is somewhat poorly defended.
Exactly.
I'll agree with that. The king can move out of the way. Maybe we just continue capturing pawns, but computer is saying knight h6 increases the attack, threatening the immediate checkmate. And when the queen moves out, we can give a check. The king moves out of the way, and then we can actually capture the rook. And while capturing the rook, we're also allowing the queen to participate in defense, because after queen check on the king, the king moves up. It almost seems as though black is able to save themselves, giving lots of checks with the queen on the white king, but we can intervene, moving the pawn forward, allowing the queen to both capture a pawn and give check yet again. But it turns out our attacking queen is also a defensive piece, coming back into defense just in time to save the day. There's some really, really clever attacking variations on display, but they're not very easy though, are they? And the bishop has come into the center of the board, Benjamin. Do you believe knight h2 to be a obvious enough move for Magnus to find it?
It's not super obvious. I think in a bullet game, you go knight g5. Like, you just blitz that out, right? I think in a classical game, especially since Magnus has paused to think, I think it is very much possible that he does find the move knight h2. I mean, well, especially because it's Magnus. Because also after knight g5, you see that there's queen f6. There's no immediate breakthrough. And then you are a little bit stuck with the queen and the knight over there, right? And I don't see a good way here to increase the pressure. So I think there's a lot to be said for the move knight h2. I think it's going to be tough for black to stop the knight from jumping up. And but another funny variation, Jon Ludwig. Let's say you go queen f6 here with black. You go knight g4, taking the queen. And if you take on b2, then there's the move rook e5, blocking the queen's diagonal.
Wow. Rook to e5. That's wild.
Yep, that's wild. But now my question to you, Jon Ludwig.
So the idea is if the rook gets captured, then the queen no longer controls that very important checkmating square, and the knight can come in for the checkmate.
Exactly.
But you were going to say something, Benjamin.
Yes, my question to you was, let's say black takes with the queen, right? We take the queen,
then I'm
black
taking your
recaptures.
queen.
Right. And at the end of all of this, black has a rook, a bishop, and for the moment a pawn. I would think, though, that it's unlikely that black is able to... Well, what do you think? Do you think black is able to build up a fortress here or not?
I think, actually, this is a draw. I think a rook and pawn and bishop working together without white having any past pawns or kind of clear plans for getting a new queen, I don't think it's enough. And even though the computer actually says white is much better here, I think the computer is underestimating black's chances to set up some kind of defensive structure, which will be very, very difficult to break through.
Exactly. Yeah, what Magnus could do here, though, is potentially push his h-pawn forward. Go like h4, g4, and h5, which not only creates a pass pawn, but also a new attacking piece, right? That h-pawn and the queen could work together, but it's not going to be easy to do all of this. But that could be an idea for Magnus. So I don't know. Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses, but I think that what's annoying for him here, though, is that let's say Magnus is playing another Super GM. Let's say he's playing Hikaru. I think Magnus would not mind this position. He would get here and he would think, okay, if maybe I win this position, maybe it's a draw, but it looks good to me, right? But if he's having this against an IM, any other result beside a win is a disaster, right? And there is a chance here that this could be a draw. So he might not be too happy. And he goes for the move knight d4. To me, that looks like a step in the wrong direction.
So do you think he didn't see the knight h2 move? Or do you think he saw the queen sacrifice and said, I don't want to play this endgame, which I believe to be a draw?
Yeah, perhaps the latter. Perhaps the latter, yeah. That he
but he only spent 5 minutes. Do you think he spots all the intricacies in just 5 minutes?
I think there is a chance that he calculated the line quickly and is like, okay, do I want to try to win this endgame for a long time, which could be a draw? I think there's a chance he saw all of that, yeah.
Wow. Okay, but then what considerations is he making with this knight d4 move then? Is he saying, well, I assume queen f6 here is a rather obvious move to bring the queen closer to the defense of the black king. Is Magnus just saying that I'm better here because you don't have any pawns that can push my knight out of its very nice central positioning?
I think so. I think he just wants to keep the game going, not force any complications, not any complications, and no further simplifications. And I guess he does feel that he's better here. His king is slightly safer than the king on g8. Also, the bishop on d5 is lacking a good anchor square, so to speak. The pawn on d6 is a little bit weak. But that being said, I mean, a lot of pieces have already been traded off, and it's only one weakness. And also, I was making that point about the king earlier. It's also not too unsafe. The king can just go to g7, and it's doing quite fine there. So I think it's really just Magnus who wants to keep the game going, and he's hoping that he will get a chance to strike later on.
In the meantime, we've had some moves in Hikaru's game, and I do think they're good news in some way, but at the same time, not super optimistic still for the win we're hoping that Hikaru can get. I still maintain that this bishop up in the center from the Uzbek grandmaster. I think that was just a clear mistake, allowing Hikaru to get this bishop trade very confidently. And after the bishop trade, Vokhitov then went pawn to c4 to try and challenge the central control Hikaru had. Hikaru captures the pawn, and he has his queen to defend it as well. But after rook c1, I guess there's no way of keeping the pawn protected.
Exactly. Yep. So Hikaru played the move queen to b8, switching his attention to the pawn on b2. Vokhitov defended that with queen a3. And now Hikaru played the move rook c8. I like this move, as Vokhitov wants to take on c4 and then double up his rooks on the c file. So Hikaru is saying that, now after white is taken, I guess that's what he's going to do. He's going to trade the rooks, bring out the bishop. And the bishop looks more active here on c4, but bishops actually operate very well from a distance. So I think there's a good chance that Vokhitov is going to drop it back in the foreseeable future. And actually, we see the straight on the board. And now Hikaru is going to play the move a5. Because the pawn on a6 is a target. It's on the same color as white's bishop. And now he's moving it to the different color complex. Now, I think there's no chances. There's very slim chances for Hikaru to win this, but at least he's no longer worse, or maybe still a tiny bit, but before white definitely had a clear edge, and that's no longer the case.
Yeah, I would actually go in the opposite direction now that I think about it. I think I feel like he should be a bit better here, because the majority, so white still has this 2 versus 1 on the queen side of the board, but it's very difficult the way he kind of maneuvered his pieces. It's very difficult to imagine a scenario in which these pawns actually manage to make an impact moving up the board. And in the meantime, the white bishop is not having a good time at all, because a bishop's worst nightmare is trying to bite into an opposing pawn protected by another pawn. Like, pawn protected by another pawn, this is kryptonite for a bishop diagonals. And where else is this bishop going to be? You want to be on the c4 square because you want to point down on the black king, but you're not actually doing much there. And I can start imagining scenarios in which Hikaru, with his more flexible knight, is able to show that the knight can jump around and cause trouble while the bishop is stuck, pointing in towards something that's really well defended from Hikaru. Like, Benjamin, I mean, tell me if I'm getting out of line, but
no worries. Yeah,
queen e5. Let's just wait. Make a couple of waiting moves here.
So I like the move queen e5.
Can we feel like, can there be a scenario in which Hikaru just charges ahead with his pawns on the king side?
Perhaps. But I think he's going to do it very slowly. And the move queen e5 is quite interesting, because in this position, I was considering the move g6 to create some loop for the king, right? And I want to go g6 specifically, as that puts another pawn on the light squares. It blocks the bishop even more. And if you go h6, your king on h7 can potentially, if the king goes there, can always be checked, right? And, well, actually, Hikaru disagrees. He does go for the move h6. And I'm going to tell you why he played this move. If he played the move g6, I think Vokhitov was looking at the move queen c3. And now, after the move king g7, he has that move bishop takes e6. And if you take, there's rook d7 check, and you lose the game. If you move the king, and now you lose your knight. And I think that's why he played rook d1 on the last move.
So sacrificing the bishop against the kryptonite. He literally sacrificed himself against the kryptonite in order to open up for the white rook. giving a check on the king. The rook cannot be captured due to the pressure from the queen. And when the king has to move, the queen comes in for a checkmating attack. That's a nice tactic. And yeah, that does explain very well why Hikaru thought, well, I don't think you were wrong, Benjamin, in terms of you did realize that the king needed to get an escape square. And so my idea of getting the queen into the center has been rejected in favor of giving that luft, as you call it.
Exactly. And perhaps the reason why queen e5 was rejected is that, first of all, white has the move b4 that you have to reckon with, and you cannot take as your rook is hanging, and white sets his pawn in motion. Second of all, white also has the move queen d6. And with the queens coming off, it's going to be very difficult to see how Hikaru is ever going to create any winning chances, and white still looks to be a little bit better into that endgame. So and by the way, an important point is that after queen e6, you cannot take the pawn on b2 due to queen d8. And as Hikaru would say, you get ice skated, but you get back rank checkmated.
And that's why he needed the space for the king to escape.
Exactly. Yep.
So by playing h6 now, if white then tries to trade the queens,
we just gobble the pawn. There's no more back rank checkmate.
Okay, yep. I like it. And by keeping the queens on the board, Hikaru increases his chances of winning long term.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, important lesson here for all of our viewers. If you're in a situation like this and you don't have a very useful, if you don't have a very obvious useful move, the move h6 or for the opponent like h3, it's very useful to create some luft for your king. As we see, you can never get back rank checkmated. So yeah, now let's see what Vogadov is going to do. And also what I like about this move h6 instead of g6 is, again, like there was the move queen c3 very specifically, right? Because of that tactic. But also, after g6, your knight is loose, right? And now it's still defended. And yeah, but Hikaru is going to have to figure out later on how he's going to create chances. Maybe what he can do is play something like queen b6, then rook c8, and ask that bishop where it's going to go, right?
Yeah, I'm having trouble just even coming up with a move for white. I guess b3 maybe, yeah. But that actually b3 makes a lot of sense because white wants to go for the queen trade, Benjamin. But then you lose the b pawn. So by moving the pawn forward, that could be the best idea for white, because then after your move, queen b6, once again the queen tries to go for the trade.
Exactly. Yeah. Now what Hikaru could consider after move b3 is the move queen b4. Because here, in case white trades, we trade queens on our terms, as now our b pawn freezes white's pawns on the queen side. White has an extra a pawn, but it cannot move forward. White can defend the pawn right now, as it's under attack with rook d2. But that seems rather passive. And here, actually, there's also knight e4 and knight c3, and there is
sorry, I was showcasing. I thought you could see my screen.
I can see it.
Showing a4.
Yep, there is a en croissant. It is legal.
So the pawn cannot escape the black pressure, and also the point you were making, Benjamin. If the rook just comes to protect, the knight will try and get involved.
Exactly. So we see the move queen f3 by Vogadov, keeping an eye on the rook in the corner. And Hikaru decides
Hikaru plays with.
Yeah, I like it. He's playing very quickly. And right now he doesn't really have an edge going on the board, but he does have an edge going on the clock. And I think that could be a factor later on.
I mean, you gotta feel a bit uncomfortable if you're white here, seeing how quickly Hikaru's playing. It showcases this confidence in that I know precisely what's going on. I don't fear any of your moves. Let's keep going, and you're gonna get into time trouble.
Exactly. And actually, I was also looking at the camera. I saw that Vogadov had a very quick look at his score sheet. And I think he could be looking at a score sheet for two specific reasons. One of them is seeing like how many moves he has to make until move 40, right? After move B3, that's move 27, he needs to make another 13. Another reason could be that there might be draw offer limitations. Sometimes you can only offer a draw after move 30. And maybe he wants to offer a draw. So he's seeing like, hey, how many moves do I still have to make before I can offer the draw here?
You think the guy wants to offer Hikaru a draw? Don't you think that's a bit disrespectful?
I don't think so, because it doesn't seem like White's running a lot of risk here. And I think there is a possibility that Hikaru would take it. And that's actually also what I wanted to ask you. Do you think Hikaru is ambitious here, or do you think he just wants to, let's say, get to move 30 quickly, offer a draw, and move on to the next game?
Hikaru is not offering a draw, I think. I think he's fine if the result is a draw, but I don't think he's aiming to have like short days. He's in Qatar to play some chess, and so I don't think. And also considering the opening he played and the fact that I don't think he's risking much at the moment, trying to squeeze some kind of situation when the opponent is low on time. I don't think he's gonna accept a draw. And the point I was gonna make about disrespect and offering a draw is I often feel like it's the better player who gets to offer the first draw. And this is very interesting, considering the fact that we just had, a rules discussion in the world of chess. And we were trying to look at the written rules of the Qatar tournament and whether, what anti-cheating measures were to be taken. But chess also has unwritten rules, etiquette, which is super difficult because, it's not written down. So how do you know what is right or wrong? And people on Reddit and people on Twitch, they can't really know those rules because you can't read them. You actually have to know the culture and the environment of top players. And so I want to talk a bit about etiquette, Benjamin. And I personally believe that when you're the lower rated player in an equal position, you're not supposed to offer a draw. That should be the higher rated player's privilege to decide whether or not they want to say that a draw is okay.
Yeah, that's usually the case. Yeah, especially when the position is even. But you could make the argument here that maybe Vogadov is still on the slightly better side of equality. But yeah, I think you're right. If the position is completely even, then it's up to the stronger player to decide like, okay, I offer you a draw. Let's end the game here. I can't find the.
I actually have a confession to make.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I have a confession to make when talking about etiquette. I played against Magnus Carlsen in the Norwegian League this year. And I got a really nice position with the black pieces out of the opening. I thought Magnus was playing absolutely horrendously. And I offered a draw. Because even though I believe that as a lower rated player, you're not kind of allowed to offer the first draw, I felt like he was playing so poorly that it was justified. But Magnus actually said in an interview after the game that the draw offer had provoked him, and that he kind of decided, oh, there's no way in hell I'm going to make a draw against this guy when he's already offering in a better position. And he said that was part of what motivated him to I kind of outplayed myself and ended up losing the game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in general, I mean, just the fact that I spent time during a game versus Magnus, and also Magnus was way down on time, which is very uncommon for him. So I just felt like he was playing poorly and spending so much time. But, I mean, why am I spending my energy thinking about should I offer a draw or not, instead of just considering the best moves on the board? Do you find that kind of pondering, should I offer a draw, is detrimental to your chess?
Yeah, I do feel like it's generally better to just think about what's happening on the board, right? Like you say, you don't think about, oh, should I offer a draw here? Should I not? But just to clarify real quick, there is a draw rule in place that a draw cannot be offered before Black's 30th move. So, but yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, you should just focus on the board. Don't think about accepting. Well, I mean, if your opponent offers a draw, you can think about it like, hey, if you're really worse, then you should probably take it. But you shouldn't think too much like, hey, should I offer a draw here? Because then, like you said, you're just wasting unnecessary energy.
What is your stance on the draw offer? I believe, and I think it's incredible that it hasn't happened already, I think the draw offer should be abolished.
Like altogether, or should there be a restriction until move 40, let's say?
No, altogether.
Uh-huh. And so you have to repeat moves if you want to make a draw.
Yeah.
All right. I think, yeah, there's definitely something to be said for that. I think there's no other sport where you can be like, all right, well, let's just go home. And we split the point.
It makes no sense.
And yeah, I guess it makes sense, especially, well, I feel like it makes sense, especially at these top events, where players are getting paid good money to play. And so it's also their responsibility to provide us with some entertainment or, some chess.
I mean, it's not like we're banning draw the result. People can still go back and forth. I see some people in chat talking about 60 move rook end games. And I'm like, no, that's never going to happen. Because if both players think that the position is equal and believe that it's so equal that you can go back and forth without deteriorating your situation, well, then a draw is going to happen. But what will happen is that we're going to stop situations where both players are in a risky position. And these situations definitely do happen. Games where both players are at risk, they're low on time, there's attack on opposite flanks. And these are the most exciting games in chess, often ending up in a draw because both players feel like, well, I don't have this under control. Do you have this under control? And the other guy's like, no, I want to bail
I want to get out of here.
Possible. Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, where, yeah, like you said, both players don't know what's going on. So one guy offers a draw, the other guy's like, yeah, I don't know, I'll just take it. And that's really a pity that we are robbed to see what could have happened. Indeed. To be fair, though, sometimes it's a little bit annoying if you're in an endgame and it's kind of a draw, right? But then you still have to make moves, right? But I guess that's just part of the game, right? You always have to make a move in a game of chess.
Yeah. I have this one incident where there was a kid. I was a kid as well, to be fair, but I was like 15 and this guy was 13 and I outrated him by like 100 points. And I was up a pawn with a better position or something. And the guy kept offering draws 3 times. Maybe I was not up a pawn, but I definitely had the advantage. And and the guy offered a draw. I rejected. And then 4 or 5 moves later, he offered a draw. I rejected. And then again, he offered a draw and I rejected. And I was so pissed off at this guy. And then he ended up winning the game because his knight just jumped around and tricked me.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal.
To this day, the guy ended up becoming a grandmaster. And I've never faced him since. But if I ever see Peter Prohashka, he's getting a piece of my mind. I'll tell you that.
Wait, he offered you 3 draws? Like,
yeah,
that's a bit much.
It's way too much. It's a breach of etiquette.
Yeah. I think one thing that's definitely etiquette is that you can offer a draw, you know, whether you're the stronger player, the weaker player, although if you're the weaker player, it's a little bit less common. But you don't offer a second draw in a row.
Very important rule. Take notes, people.
Okay.
If you made a draw offer and the guy rejects, you don't get to offer another draw.
Yep. Gotta wait for him to offer a draw. You decline, and then you offer a draw again.
There's a guy with the username Toxic in chat saying, does Hammer have any stories where he ends up winning the game? And I agree that a lot of my stories today have ended up with me losing.
Well, I have a funny story. So this was at the European Individual Championship in 2016. So if you remember, Ewan, like before every game, I would come up to you, and I think also often Donchenko was there, and I would offer a fist bump. And Donnie is like, yeah, for sure, you know, or Donchenko, and you would be like, no. And then like a few rounds later, I came up to you again, like fist bump. You're like, no. And I think you either draw or lost that game. And then I came up to you again and I offered you a fist bump, and you were like, do you know what insanity is? Like, what do you mean? And you're like, well, it's doing the same thing, but expecting a different result. And I was like, okay. But I think that game you also didn't win. And then before the last round, I came up to you and you were like, fist bump, and you're like, yeah, come here. And that game you ended up winning. So, you know, maybe you should have accepted the fist bump.
Yeah, maybe I should have.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have. Oh, speaking of stories where I win, first time I met Benjamin. Is that allowed as a commentator? Are you allowed to kind of talk about beating your co-commentator? Is that a thing? Is that toxic?
Well, the first time we played, it was actually a draw.
Oh, really?
It was in the European Championship in 2011.
Oh, really?
Yep. But you did beat me in London and went on to win the tournament.
I have no recollection of this draw. Really?
It was
2011? We played?
Yep. I think it was like anti-Grunfeld.
Okay. So my story wasn't even correct.
No.
I didn't.
First time we played, it was a draw.
We met. Okay. Yeah, my bad then, I guess. Okay. Yeah. I just remember the game I won. This is actually also an important note for all our viewers. If you're gonna survive the tricky life that is competitive chess, your memory, you need to have this incredible memory for games. Clearly, Benjamin somewhat better in that regard than me, because he can actually remember when we played against each other. But you also need to have the ability to forget your disastrous losses and remember your magnificent victories. In particular, the ability to forget losses. So important. What's the worst loss you've ever had, Benjamin?
I don't really want to think about this, John Losek, but I'm sure that...
Precisely. And I was going to respond when you asked me, what's your worst loss? I can't remember. Very
I'm sure I can think of something, but I don't want to think about it. Well,
Sure.
I'll give you one. It was I played recently in one of those round robins in St. Louis, and I played against Pernev, and I was just I was completely winning. I just had to make I think one or two more accurate moves, and the game would have been over. It was -8. I was playing with black, and I managed to lose that one, and that was pretty rough.
So you haven't forgotten it yet?
Well, I guess, but that was still pretty recent.
Yeah, that's the problem. It was so recent you haven't forgotten it yet, but that needs to be erased from the memory. If a chess player could have a superpower, it would be memory erasing.
Yeah, I guess I also had a game. Yeah, I guess we all have games where, if you look at the computer might even say you have forced mate at some point, right? Like mate in 20, you still find a way to lose.
Yeah, that's also rough. I gave away a queen thinking that I was winning the game in the Olympiad recently. Also in the Olympiad, I lost the game on time. It was in an equal position, and I just lost on time. Forgot about the clock.
But yeah, it's better, let's move on to a different topic. It's better to think about your wins and whatnot.
Let's check in with someone I do think will have decent chances to win today. It's Mr. Magnus Carlsen, who has played in the fashion we kind of expected from him after having made this decision to go with the knight into the center. The knight was challenged immediately by the black queen, but after queen d2, the knight is protected, and also there's no chance for black to capture the pawn on a2, because then the bishop's escape will be stopped by the pawn, protected by the knight, and the bishop will be in some serious trouble.
Talking about painful losses, that's how Bobby Fischer lost in the World Championship to Spassky.
He never really got over that, I suspect.
Yeah, and that's why he left. He was like, okay, I win the match, but how did I lose a couple games? Anyway, we have the move King G7 by Magnus's opponent. And now a move I like.
What happened first was the rook came in from the corner. Pawn to a3, just making sure that guy isn't captured at some opportune moment. Pawn a6. That's a bit of a weird move. Normally, you don't want to put your pawns voluntarily on the same square as your bishop, but I guess since it's a pawn on the side of the board, it probably the bishop is never going to be blocked by this pawn because you can't. Well, I tried to make an arrow outside of the board, but it didn't work. So I guess on the side, it will not stand in the bishop's way. And now Magnus is maneuvering. Rook up, knight back. What is he planning, Benjamin?
Well, right now he's attacking the bishop, so black is going to have to move that. I guess you go bishop to b7. And here Magnus has some nice options. Maybe something like rook d3, attacking that pawn. And perhaps Magnus wants to provoke that pawn to d5, as now it's blocking his own. As now it's blocking the black bishop. You can go for two different approaches here. You can go knight c3 to try to capture the pawn, but you can also go knight d4 and blockade it, as now you can go for ideas like rook f3, attacking the queen, maybe h4, h5 at the right moment, softening up the black king. So I really like Magnus's position here.
Yeah, I think the decision to go with the knight into the center was a really, really good one. So just to remind everyone that the computer didn't like this centralizing knight move from Magnus. The computer preferred for the knight to try and get involved into an attack. But we discovered that after queen f6, knight moves up, and the queen capturing the pawn on b2, there's this incredible move for white, rook e5, which blocks the queen's path to control the checkmating idea with the knight. But after a queen sacrifice, we were not convinced that this, in fact, was a winning position for white, even though the computer is a massive fan of the white side. So Magnus choosing to kind of keep things under control and instead go with the slower plan, but which increases the opportunity for the opponent to go wrong in the future. I think that's a really good example of like top level patience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, for
You
sure.
don't
Yeah.
want to create a struggle. Or rather, you don't want to clarify the position before you're confident that that clarification leads to a win. So Magnus would rather play a position with a small advantage, but where he thinks black's position is difficult to play, where his decisions are tricky. He'd rather have that than a position where the computer thinks he's winning, but he's not sure. And the computer feels that, or rather, the position would be very easy to play for the black side.
Exactly. And that's what's so difficult about chess. You have to calculate all of these variations, but then at the end of your calculations, you also have to evaluate the position. Like, hey, is this winning? For example, we had some rook sacrifices or like an exchange sacrifice down the line. Like, hey, how does this play out? And that's what's so difficult. But I think, Jan, with all of that being said and done, we are going to go on a very short break. Hikaru is still thinking. So let's see what move he's going to come up with, but we will be back in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to the Qatar Masters 2023. You and Ludwig, while we were on a short break, a couple moves have been played. After the move b3 in Hikaru's game, Hikaru played the move queen e5, centralizing his queen.
But the interesting part of this, Benjamin, is how much time he spent on the move. 23 and a half minutes from Hikaru. Is that him trying to find a way to win the game? Or is he spending so much time because he doesn't like his position?
Great question. I don't know. Perhaps he might have felt that he still needs to be a little bit more precise to equalize. Or, yeah, maybe he's thinking like, okay, are there any chances here? And if the answer is no, how do I play in the most accurate way? I do dislike the fact somewhat that, like you said, he lost a lot of his time advantage. That means that he is still almost up to 10 minutes on the clock, but that's not that significant. And yeah, I think this game should just be headed for a draw. I mean, if Vokhidov wants, he can go queen e3 check. We're going to have to go g6. And then queen d6.
So first he played rook d8 check.
Right. King h7 is
on
forced.
The king. And now a queen trade, you say?
Yes, you can go queen d3 check here if you want to. And that's actually on the board. g6 only moved by Hikaru. And now if you want to, you can play the move queen to d6. And I think Hikaru's forced to trade queens, as otherwise queen f8 would be a devastating, would create devastating threats. So if you trade, and
well, what about
Jan,
okay, yeah, trade.
Yeah, and actually, yeah. So trade. Here, I was wondering, like after queen e6, take, can we go a4? White. The idea is that in case white goes b4, we have rook c7, and I think we create sufficient counterplay. But after a4, what white can do is play the move rook a6, force the rooks off, and here I assume this is a draw, right? But it's still somewhat unpleasant for black.
So here we come back to that thing about the 2 versus 1 on the side of the board, far, far away from the kings. So you want to have that pawn majority as far away from the opponent's king. So now Hikaru is going to have to spend ages getting his king over to the other side of the board to prevent the white pawn from just progressing in to become a new queen. So this was a very, I think this was a good case you made, Benjamin, for why white should have done this. And what happened instead is that Vokhidov, he wanted the queen trade, but he did the queen trade on the d4 square instead. And as a result of that trade, the rook can no longer get over to that trading position like you suggested.
Yeah. And so it feels like now Hikaru should be fine. He played the move rook c7. I wonder what exactly the point is behind that move. I mean, he could have also started with king g7. Well, I think the point is that in case... let me tell you. In case white moves the rook, let's say to d6, he wants to go a4. And white cannot take the pawn or go b4 because it would hang the bishop. And here, black gets rid of the isolated a-pawn, which could be a weakness later on. Now, had Hikaru played king g7 instead, then Vokhidov could have gone back with rook d6. And now if you go a4, there is rook a6. And again, we go into this endgame. It's now is a better version for black as we've played the move king g7. But I think Hikaru wanted to deprive white of that option.
That makes sense to me. So now after rook c7, if now the rook tries to move over, then Hikaru will be able to make the trade on account of capture not being possible, allowing the black rook to capture the white bishop. And Vokhidov has suddenly started playing much quicker.
Yep,
he plays f3 after, I don't know, 45 seconds? Yep. Was that an obvious move?
Not to me, as he's putting a lot of pawns here on the light squares, the color of his bishop, and he's also creating some weak squares potentially. I think it's going to be difficult for Hikaru to take advantage of those, but potentially he can maybe go g5, knight h5, knight f4, and that is going to be somewhat annoying. I don't think it's realistic just yet. I think for the moment Hikaru probably has to prioritize bringing his king to the center. So let's say king g7, white goes king f2, and then I'm curious to see what Hikaru is gonna do.
Maybe go it's like the long-term potential, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Suddenly Hikaru is like, I have some long-term potential. If you just mess around with your king, not doing anything, we could easily imagine a position where black's control of the dark squares on the king's side give black a significant advantage in the game, because you get such well-placed pieces that cannot be chased away.
Exactly. And by the way, if Hikaru wants to, he could trade if the a pawns. He kind of could. I mean, you can go a4 here, and in case white takes, there is the move e5. That is something that's worth consideration if you want to get rid of the a pawns right away. But I think there's no rush. I think there's no rush. So why not just start with a move like king g7 and bring the king closer to the center?
Agreed. King to the center in an endgame, that was what I was taught.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, the king is just another piece. So let's say we go king g7. White does the same thing with king f2. I think we're going to go, like, let's say knight d7. Let's say white goes king e3.
Is that because we want to bring our king?
Yes. And the more I look at a Jan Ludwig, the more I'm starting to think that, I mean, the chances are very slim, but I think Hikaru is not worse at all here.
But chances are not slim. Are you talking about Hikaru winning?
Yeah, the chance of Hikaru winning, they're slim, but they're not non-existent, so to speak. I think there's still a possibility that he wins this game.
And will pushing the pawns up on the king side be part of that plan?
I think you're going to have to be very careful when doing that, because when you push pawns, you might also create weaknesses. But I think, let's say, a move like g5 is still a pretty safe pawn push. Also, with your knight on d7, you can maybe go knight b6 to keep an eye on that bishop. When the bishop moves, there's knight d5, which is going to be annoying. So I think it's already a touch more comfortable here for Hikaru.
I agree. With that being said, does that now also mean that pawn to a4, part of the plan here is to trade pawns, right?
Yeah.
But trading pawns is usually a defensive technique, that the person who wants to try and make a draw is the one who wants to trade pawns, because the fewer pawns can become new queens, and the more likely the game will end in a draw.
Exactly.
So are you saying Hikaru's not going to be going for this plan anymore because now he's trying to win?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, though, it could still make sense even if he's trying to win, as the a-pawn could be a weakness, potentially, So, but yeah, I'm curious to see how this one is going to play out. I'm a little bit surprised that he's taking a lot of time here, as to me, king g7 seems like a very natural move.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Maybe he's considering pawn to g5 and bring the king out this way.
There is a case to be made for that, yeah. But I guess as soon as you go king g6, then there's bishop d3, and you're going to have to go back.
Bishop d3 here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking, I don't mind you moving the bishop, because that opens up for my rook. But I suppose the bishop can go back afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And also, when you go bishop d3, then you also leave the d5 square open for the black knight.
Yeah, so I was
So
kind of happy trying to get that bishop away from its positioning.
yeah, that makes sense. I guess there's also something to be said for that maneuver like g5, king g6, king f5, and king e5. What I also do like about the move knight
Oh,
d7.
he played a4.
Ah, okay. a4. Okay, so let's see what Vokhidov is going to do. By the way, if Vokhidov wants,
Now he can make a draw.
He can force a draw indeed by taking on a4 and then meeting e5 with rook d6. And although wait, rook d6 there is knight e4.
Knight e4. Ooh, good move.
And this might be a draw, but it's double edged. You know, you take an e4.
Oh, so this is like super sneaky clever from Hikaru. So we said that the person who wants to make a draw often wants to make pawn trades. So that's why we're thinking Vokhidov. We feel like he's kind of lost the plot. He may want a draw, so he may want to trade pawns if possible. Hikaru's justification is that after pawn to e5, the rook needs to stay to protect the bishop, but it's not really able to do so in this circumstance. However, the rook can do a counterattack on the black knight. And what was Benjamin's brilliant discovery here is that seeing as how we're going to lose this knight anyway, we can try to lose it in a very favorable way, which is knight to e4. And did he take it?
No, he did not. He played king f2. And by the way, we go knight e4 because in case of knight e8, there is rook to d8. And that is a draw, but there's clearly nothing more than that. But after knight e4, I'm not saying that black is winning or anything, but you know, there are definitely chances as white's going to have to give the pawn on e4. You can push the a pawn up, but it gets very double-edged. So very understandable that Vokhidov just played the move king f2. And I guess maybe now just king g7 for Hikaru. There's no rush to take, as white still cannot take, as now there's e5. And there it's even more clear that this is working out for black as the knight is defended.
Yeah, so no option to capture on the side anymore, as that would disrupt the defense between the rook and the bishop.
And there we have the move king g7 on the board. It's not on chess.com yet, but I saw it on the live camera. So yeah, let's see if Hikaru can still cook up some chances here.
Do you think Hikaru might be considering moving that pawn even further up and not going for the trade, with the thinking that trades favor the defending party?
I mean, you can go a3, but then you're also risking losing, as the a-pawn could get weak, and if you lose it, white has two connected passers on the king side. You know, whereas now, let's say you trade on b3, it's all pretty safe. Right, white only has one pawn, which is not going anywhere for the moment. We have the move king e3 by Vokhidov. So now what are we going to do? Are we going to take on b3? Like now if we go knight d7, the idea that we mentioned earlier, I think white can just take on a4. Although, wait.
Are we not scared of this e5 move?
We can. Rook d6, you take. White takes the knight, you take an a4.
The rook stays trying to attack the knight.
Yeah, but actually, you know, if you continue down that variation, you know, we take on c4, we take an a4, rook d2. Isn't this endgame a touch better for... I mean, it's probably a draw, but maybe black is on the slightly better side of things. As the rook on d2 is kind of passive, we can expand on the king side with f5 and king f6. That being said, maybe white just quickly goes king d3, c3 to b3.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of didn't like this king e3 move. I felt like white should try and do something with this pawn structure. I really dislike the fact that he put all his pawns on the light squares when he has the light squared bishop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he should have played something like h4 and then g4 to just kind of because then he's going to provoke Hikaru into playing this g5 move, allowing you to trade, and then you have like your king is going to be sheltered by these two pawns. But yeah, maybe this is not good either, because you still have the pawns on the light squares, which can be kind of in the way of the bishop in some instances. Yeah, I don't really like Vokitov's position. I feel like the knight is so much more flexible than the bishop that I'm with what you said earlier, that I believe that there is a chance Hikaru can win this. I'm not sure that. Oh yeah, I guess he believes it too, because I was thinking pawn to a4, is that like kind of offering a draw because he allowed the pawn to capture. But based on your discovery of this very sneaky knight to e4 move, I'm thinking, I mean, this would be excellent chances to win for Hikaru. Because if we had gotten this endgame with the two pawns on the king side, or rather 4 versus 2 on the king side, I'm trying to find yellow. This would be severely unbalanced and offer quite good chances to win for black.
Exactly. So it's very understandable that Vogidov just brought his king to the center. And the big question is, what do we do now? I mean, the move knight e7 is definitely worth consideration. I think one thing that's kind of annoying for Hikaru is that I think you shouldn't be in a rush at all to take on b3. Because when you do, I think white's happy to recapture with the bishop. As the a pawn, it looks like it's much easier to push that one forward. As you just go a4, maybe a5. You can move your rook out of the way, and then your king can go up to d4. So I think you're going to have to be patient with the trade on the b3 square.
But in that case, why did Hikaru even push this pawn up if he then doesn't want to trade it with white's pawn?
I don't know. There's definitely something to be said for a4, but like I said, I don't think there was any rush. Maybe he was worried that Vogidov would go a4 himself at some point in the future, but I don't think he necessarily had to be too concerned about that. But yeah, now he's thinking. And to me, it's not clear at all as to how he's going to proceed. Again, maybe knight d7, bring the king, and then king f6, or
but
you can also go
this plan you talked about now with moving the rook to enable the king to step into the middle of the board. I thought that was a really clever plan, and I feel like white can do that pretty much no matter what Hikaru does at this stage.
Perhaps, yeah, but let's say you go rook d6, and black plays a move like g5, You go king d4, but then what if I trade on b3? And after that, I'm going to go king f6, I'm going to go knight e5. And again, I don't really see the white pawn going anywhere. And it's a little bit tricky with the knight jumping around.
Wow, look at this, the eval bar. I just tried moving the pawn forward to try and get a new queen. And then suddenly the eval bar reacts because the king can step back, attack the rook, and when the rook moves, the knight comes in for the double attack. No.
Exactly. Oh, well, e5 first. E5 first.
E5 first?
But you are going to get forked
Check.
somehow.
Check. Then you move the rook to attack the bishop. The bishop has to move, but then the knight comes in for the double attack. So that was actually very sneaky. But this is why it's so good having the knight, Benjamin.
Yeah, exactly.
The knight is it can be such a tricky piece. And this was like a 5-move combination. This is the kind of thing that you could easily miss when you're low on time. Although, actually, speaking of time, now Hikaru is behind on the clock, which is kind of shocking because he was up by 35 minutes at some point, no?
Yeah, no, Vogidov played very quickly from a certain point onwards. Let me check exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, I remember him being at 30 minutes and he's just below that. So he definitely played very quickly. And I think both sides seem to be doing quite fine here. So Hikaru going king f8 to e7, which is fine. It brings the king to the middle. The one thing I think is a bit of a pity is that he's not trying to use the knight to its full potential just yet. But maybe what he wants to do is go king e7 and then go g5, knight h5 to f4.
Okay. Do we have time for that? I guess the question is also, what is white doing in the meantime? I still want to do this rook plan. Rook check. Yeah, I'm forcing your king to go to a square where you wanted to go anyway. But we have this idea of attacking the pawn. There's going to be a trade. But then next move, the king will come into the center. And it will be really, really well placed there.
Yeah. So the king is going to come to d4. Again, I think, Hikaru has some chance of winning this game, but I think they are slim. But, in an ideal scenario, maybe if you can somehow go like knight d7, king f6, then go like g5, h5, h4, knight e5, move the knight around to f4.
Look at this trick, Benjamin. I was going to go pawn to b4 now to try and get a new queen. But after pawn to b4, there's another fork.
Yep, there's knight b6. So
and actually,
it's not gonna...
I was going to do rook takes, but apparently that is not as good because the knight gets trapped in the corner.
Yeah, maybe this might still be winning, but the other one is much clearer. So I think the good thing though, I don't think Hikaru is going to lose this game, but the chance of winning, I don't know. To me, they seem really slim.
But we're finding so many forks.
Yeah. I mean, you can blunder one of those forks in a blitz game, but in a classical game with 25 minutes on the clock, I think it's very unlikely.
Yes, I guess that's part of the issue. But Vakitov has done a good job of increasing his pace. We thought by this time, when we were back at, let's say, move 16, hereabouts, let me, can we not get the updated clocks for that? Normally when I go back, I can see what the clocks were at that stage, no?
Well, usually you can do that once the game is over, but you can click on moves. Yeah, and see the timestamps.
Yeah, there was some
right-hand
point
side.
Around move 18 when Vakitov, I think he was down to like 45 minutes. And if he had continued with that pace, he would have been down to like 5 minutes at this point we're at right now. But the fact that he managed to speed up has made it less likely for him to fall for one of the knight forks.
Yeah. I was, by the way, just having a very quick look around the horn. Anish is actually not having an easy game at all. If anything, he's actually worse, and he has to fight for a draw against Aditya Mittal. Yes,
your countryman.
Yeah, so he is not doing too well.
Anish speaks Dutch, right?
Well, the thing is, he understands it, but he never actually speaks it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he can have a conversation, and you will speak Dutch, and he will speak English?
That has happened, yeah. Yeah.
But he knows how to speak Dutch. He just chooses not to. Yeah.
Yeah, because he feels like the small things he doesn't get as well as he does in English. So that is why he prefers English.
But English is not his first language either.
Exactly. His first language is Russian. But yeah, right now
we're learning about the Dutch here with Mr. Benjamin. That's how I kind of interpret the Dutch language. You have a lot of
yeah, but not in my name though. But like in Dutch, his name would be pronounced not like Giri, but more like Giri. Like a
Oh,
That's
really?
one unique sound we have. Yeah, but nobody says that. Everyone says Anishgiri because they know it's, that's how his name is pronounced. Anyway,
are there any other games you're interested in?
I just wanted to point out that my good friend Robbie Kevlishvili is doing pretty well.
Yeah, he's on 2 out of 2.
Yes, and right now he's up a pawn and 40 minutes against another Olympic gold medalist, Vachidov.
Okay. I mean, you're definitely exploiting your role as the commentator to look at all the Dutch guys, but I respect it. No shame.
Well, I just wanted to point that out. I don't want to go into too much that, but yeah, Robbie's doing great. I hope he can score another victory.
He's up a pawn.
And 40 minutes.
Oh wow, that's not ours. When I saw 102, I just assumed it was 1 hour 7 minutes.
I thought so too, but yeah, it's minutes and seconds. So he didn't just gain half an hour. But let's switch our attention back. So it's good to see him doing well. But let's see how Magnus is doing. We've had more moves in his game. So we left off after Magnus played that move 92 on move 27. So attacking the bishop. We thought maybe the bishop had to drop back to b7, right? But it went to c4. Magnus played knight g3, making his
Magnus doesn't want to trade off this bishop because he believes Black will have to play the pawn forward to d5 in the future, and then that pawn will be blocking the bishop's potential.
Right. But Yoon, after d5 by his opponent, why did Magnus not play rook f3, attacking the queen? I mean, I assume the queen has to go to e5, and apparently here there's knight f5, which is absolutely crushing. You take, there is this is just winning, because I think you just go, either rook g3 or queen g5, with the idea king f8, queen h6. And if you step to the e file, there's rook e3. And if you step to the g file, there's rook g3.
And if you block with the queen, there's queen d6. Forcing the king once again to choose where after the rook follows.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
That is a bit unusual for Magnus not to see, huh?
Yeah, I think a little bit sloppy. Perhaps he felt like he can go b3 first. But now if you go rook f3, there's queen a1 check. So he lost an opportunity there. I think rook f3 would have just won the game very quickly. Because if you go to any other square, if you go to, I don't know, d6, I think queen g5 is just going to be devastating. Like, there's just so many threats. And now,
queen e5 makes perfect sense, centralizing the most powerful piece on the board.
Yeah, that is a critical move. And then apparently knight f5 is a knockout blow, which I think is not too difficult, right? If you're the best player in the world.
No.
Because
I would be disappointed not seeing this, and I'm not very good at tactics. I'm not the puzzle champ like certain other commentators today.
Exactly. Yeah. But so it's, I don't know, Magnus perhaps being maybe a little bit lazy, if I may say that, like not calculating too much, and he's just sort of playing by hand. Is that maybe the explanation? What do you think?
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, let's see, how much time did Magnus spend on this b3 move? He spent 3 minutes and 17 seconds. And then after the bishop stepped back, he spent 41 seconds on attacking the bishop again. And then he spent 22 minutes on moving the knight back. Because, at some point he was up by like 50 minutes, right? And now he's up by 30 minutes. So there's been, Magnus has been spending a lot more time the past couple of moves than he was in the opening. And even though he's spending more time, he's missing some of the opportunities.
Exactly. Yeah. And, I mean, his opponent is kind of low on time. He's got 6 minutes for another 9 moves. And here's the thing. Magnus has a nice position. He's maneuvering around, but you cannot win a game by maneuvering around alone. At some point, you're going to have to strike, right? And that's where he had his opportunity. He missed it. He is still doing well, and Magnus is Magnus. He can make magic happen in any position, but it's not going to be easy to win this game. Black only has one weakness. Now the pawns on but I'm a little bit a5 apparently is a good move, as you can allow the trade, and now you fix the pawns on the queen side on the color of the black bishop.
On the opposite color of the black bishop. Which is good.
Yep. In the meantime, we have more moves in Hikaru's game, so let's switch our attention back to that one. So after king f8, Voghidov gave a check. Hikaru moved his king up, and now rook a8, forcing the trade, and he recaptured with the a pawn. Yeah, and now let's see.
This is what I was saying, no?
Yes.
Move the rook so that the king comes in. Well, to be fair, it was your idea, but then I got very enthused by it. So I wanted to, because making this rook check, it kind of doesn't make sense in that you provoke black into playing the move they wanted to play anyway.
Right. But I guess if you want to go rook d8, you should do so now, as otherwise black is going to go king 7, and then you can no longer get the rook out of the way. And like you said, the d4 square is clear for the white king. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I mean, still, I'm dreaming of getting my knight at f4, but it's going to be difficult, because the moment you go knight h5, white's going to go rook h8.
Like this?
Well, you can do it right away, but I guess there's still h5. This is completely fine. But I was saying maybe you wait for black to go knight h5.
Ah.
I guess, by the way, maybe a reason why Voghidov played rook to a8 is not only to clear the d4 square for the king, but also to make sure that Hikaru can go rook a7.
Yeah, fair enough. So do you think Hikaru is now struggling to figure out how to attack the g2 pawn? Because the g2 pawn, we haven't been a fan of all the pawns being on the light squares, seeing as how then they kind of don't maximize their potential together with the bishop. When you have a bishop attacking the light squares, you want the pawns to be complementary in terms of the pawns attack the dark squares, and then the bishop will be in charge of the light square. But at the same time, because this pawn is protecting the others, it means that the only target Hikaru can go after is the base, as we call it, the base of the pawn chain, the root. And I guess what you're saying also about this preventing Hikaru from activating his rook is that attacking the g2 pawn is really difficult.
Exactly. Yeah, it's very difficult to carry out, especially because the d5 square, I mean, you can go there, but white just takes and the game peters out into a draw right away. So I think it's very difficult to make anything happen. I'm not even sure
this is an easy draw. I mean, surely white with this pawn has some chances, no?
Yeah, no, exactly. I think black still has to be accurate here to make the draw.
So there's no chance Hikaru is going to trade the knight for the bishop. I'm pretty
Unless
confident.
He feels like there's no chance anyway, and he just wants the game to peter out. And maybe he feels like he still has to be the one that has to be accurate here for the draw.
But if he wants to trade the knight for the bishop, don't you think it's more likely he moves the knight back and then moves the knight over to attack the rook and then makes the trade? The reason I'm saying this is because by making the trade in this way, the white pawn comes kind of closer to the center of the board, which means the pawn is closer to the black king, which I thought was going to be advantageous if you want to make a draw. But at the same time, I'm seeing the computer not being too happy with my my play the last couple of moves.
Exactly. We see, and there we have the move knight d5 on the board. It's a very clear indication that Hikaru is happy to steer the game towards a draw. So, yeah, I mean, I think Vogerov's just going to take it. If you don't, the knight can move to f4. It's just going to take, and I think we'll just see a draw here very, very soon.
Yeah. No, knight to d5, that's giving up the imbalance. Yeah, I don't see. Well, I'm honestly surprised. Well, the Uzbek grandmaster hasn't even captured the knight yet, because I don't think he was trying to win. I think he was a bit unhappy with
Hikaru
or
Vogelov. Yeah.
Like, I think he felt like he was under some pressure, so he's going to be happy to trade off the imbalance of the bishop versus the knight.
I think so too, yeah. I mean, when you're playing against someone 200 points higher rated, you're definitely not unhappy to go into a position which, you can never lose. And this is also what makes these open tournaments so difficult, right? You are going to have these pairings where you play people that are, let's say, 200 points lower rated, and you play with the black pieces. And if you can win those games, that can really give you a push in the tournament, as then the day after you'll have white. But there is also a chance that, a game like this might end in a draw. It's not easy to cook up winning chances here with the black pieces. As a matter of fact, Hikaru never really had any realistic chances to win. And so he's going to have to settle for a draw. The good thing, though, is that tomorrow he will probably have white. And so then he can his chances to win are going to be better.
A draw against the Olympic champion with Uzbekistan, I think it's a good result, no?
I wouldn't call it a good result, but I would call it, let's say, a normal result. I wouldn't call it bad either, but not good.
So if this, because I've been looking at, I am big on world championship titles, and I know Hikaru says, I'm just a streamer, I don't care about such things, but I care, and since I have the platform and your attention, what I care about matters a great deal. So I'm very intrigued by Hikaru's chances to qualify for the candidates tournament, and right now he has gained 2.8 points from the first two rounds, and he's definitely not losing that much by making this draw. So Hikaru will still be plus in rating, and he's going to have the white pieces tomorrow. So I feel like he's both playing it very safe, making sure that he managed to get out of what was, to my mind, a difficult opening position. Oh, and the game is done.
Yep, the game is over. Hikaru just offered a draw after pawn takes. I guess he realized, like, okay, this is just a draw. Let me just get out of here. Makes sense to, not play a game that's too long and save some energy for tomorrow. But yeah, you make a good point. He's still ahead for the race for the rating spot. I think with this draw, though, he loses the points he's won in the first two rounds, but he
doesn't lose 2.8.
But like 2.5,
2 points, no?
2.5, something like that. It's tough.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yep. I'm refreshing 2700 chess. Just waiting
now
for.
I am too. I am desperately refreshing.
It's
I think
tough.
It's going to be like 2 points.
I think it's going to be 2.5.
Okay, let me check. Magnus played against. Oh, he didn't play anyone 200 lower than him. Let's see if someone. Anish, no. Rapport, no, he's not high rated enough. Dominguez. Anand. Come on, Anand. Did you play someone 200 lower than yourself? No, he didn't. Maxim, how about? Actually, I'm starting to realize it's not that common that these players play someone 200 below their own rating.
Yeah, especially when they play these opens or like the European Club Cup, those tournaments. So I don't think it's a
Praggnanandhaa played. Oh no, that's 100 under. Okay, just keep talking and I'll do my research.
Yeah. But yeah, this game ended in a draw. I think not a terrible result at all. I think it's just tough. It's just tough. He was playing against a grandmaster, a very solid one. Just, I think Volkanov, his peak rating is 2600. Right now it's like 2580. And I think if he had to do something different in the opening. The position he got was rather risk-free for white and a touch better. So it's very difficult to win such positions in a classical game. But like you said, he doesn't lose rating. He's still ahead of Ali Reza for the rating spot for the candidates.
Okay. I have been humbled, Benjamin. You are absolutely right. He does actually lose 2.5 points. Jopers in chat is actually saying it's 2.6.
Yeah.
So yeah. No, that's rough. This guy is at 2600 almost. And a draw with the black pieces is supposed to be a perfectly fine result, but when you're the what is Hikaru, number 2 in the world, making draws is does cost you quite a few rating points. But he'll get the white pieces tomorrow.
It's rough. Yeah, no, it's rough. You have to win these games with white and with black. But I think the only thing you could have done differently is a different opening. After the opening, again, Volkanov had a slightly better position, very little risk, and I don't think Hikaru ever had a realistic chance. So I think, though, with all that being said and done, we are going to go on a very short break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, hopefully Hikaru will join us very soon for an interview. So we will see you in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the Qatar Masters 2023. Hikaru's game ended in a draw, but Magnus is still playing in Ludwig, and he seems to have the advantage here against his opponent, who has just sacrificed a pawn.
Yeah, very intriguing position. So we talked about how Magnus was relying on this pawn on d5 in order for that pawn to be blocking the bishop's diagonal. And here, the Magnus's Indian opponent has sacrificed the pawn on b6 in order to be allowed to push the pawn forward in the center, opening up for Black's bishop against the white king. And I'm not convinced Magnus is going to accept the pawn, because he then does need to have a clear idea how to deal with the pressure that then ensues on the diagonal.
Exactly. And I'm kind of curious how we got here. So let's perhaps recap that real quick, Jan Ludwig. We left off after a5 on move 32 from Black. After the move a5, Magnus played king h2, queen f4 check, which to me seems like a waste of time. We just go g3 to block, queen f6, king to g2, bishop d7, g4, gaining some space, rook e8, the rooks were traded, queen e3, bishop d7, knight f3, but his opponent, the move bishop c6. His opponent is low on time. Do you think he missed the move g5, as taking the pawn right away leads to disaster? Then d4 is crushing. You lose right away. But maybe he missed g5. The queen has to move, and now you can take. There is d4, but king f1. What exactly is the problem?
I'm not sure. I'm just seeing that the computer feels like if Magnus doesn't find the right move here, it's just over. So if king g1, which I feel is a more logical move, because that doesn't put the king on a light square when your opponent has a light squared bishop, this actually would result in a loss because of d3. The pawn is trying to become a new queen. And if Magnus steps back to help out, then actually the bishop and queen together pointing down on the knight, but also the knight cannot move on account of checkmate.
Exactly. And that is why we need to go king f1. So if Black does the same thing, and after king f1 plays the move d3, here we have queen d4 check, forcing the queens off. And then after d2, we are just in time with king e2.
So essentially, the king has to step as close to the black pawn as possible in order to stop it from becoming a new queen. And I guess Magnus has, well, it says 21 minutes, but they actually made move 40, which is when they get an additional 30 minutes. So Magnus right now has 50 minutes to figure out whether he wants to capture the pawn. And given that the computer feels taking the pawn is the best move, then I guess that's what he's going to do.
Yep. And as we speak, we are joined by Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right.
Good. So yeah, today's game was fairly dry, I guess you could say, for the most part. I thought that that it was maybe a little bit scary for me for a couple of minutes, but overall, I think that it was there wasn't a whole lot to the game really. But I mean, basically the opening, just if we go through the opening, I think most has been played before. This whole knight a3 idea that was played by Vokidov. I think it's kind of known, but this whole d4 cd4 knight d4 I think is technically a novelty, even though it's obviously the best move. And I don't know, like I thought that, like, when I looked at this before the game, I stopped at after e takes d5, c takes d5 in my preparation, which is why I was blitzing out all these moves. But I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. The position seemingly wasn't that imbalanced, because on the one hand, I really wanted to try to find a way to keep the game going, but it was very dangerous if I don't do what I did with knight d7, I think, because there are a couple ways after bishop e3. So like maybe I can go queen b8 and then like queen b8, b3, and rook d8 or something. And try to create an imbalance here. But like rook d8, c4, I think is actually quite bad for me. Yeah, like d4, here. Yeah, and bishop f4 and white's better. Yeah, I mean, I saw this idea, but I thought with the 3 pawns on the queen side, it was quite scary to play like this. So like I had this decision. It's like, do I want to try to play a solid move and let him get c4 like in the game, or do I want to like keep it more imbalanced? And I thought like against Vokidov, who like every other, he's Uzbeki, right? I don't want to get the countries confused here. I think he's Uzbeki. But like all the other Uzbeki kids, I mean, he's probably the worst of them, which is fairly remarkable considering how good he is. So I felt like he was a little bit too good to take this sort of chance, and so I ended up going for this knight d7, and I think it really. I mean, at one moment I thought it was a little bit scary for me, where basically. If we could just keep going, I thought all these moves were normal. I mean, maybe bishop f4 is better, but I like bishop d4 because, like, Vokidov, to his credit, I think he realized that, like, in this position, once all the pieces come off, if he ever gets c4, only white can try to win. So it's essentially a two result game, where either white wins or it's a draw. And so I thought it was very smart by him to play like this. And it felt scary if you just go forward a few more moves. Yeah, like you get dc4, rook c1, queen b8, queen a3, and I mean, I thought what I did was fine, but I actually went on autopilot. Like you'll see that I was playing this like Nepo style, just moving really fast, not using time. And then like I played h6, which I think is stupid. I think I should have played g6 actually. I think g6 was simply.
Then what about queen c3?
Yeah, don't I just have queen b4? Or
yeah, you can do that, but like, yeah, I guess you can do that.
No, but the point is that the point is like with g6, the king is closer to the center. That's the bottom line. Like the king is much closer than in the game. Because like I consider g6, and I was like, nah, I can just go h6. I actually just made a basic miscalculation here when I played h6. Also, like I wasn't sure whether to play h6 or h5 as well. Like I didn't know which square was right, because if I go h5 in the long term, I'm putting the pawns on the same color as the bishop. And so I wasn't sure, like, should I do that or put it on the dark square on h6? And I mean, I guess h5 is fine, but essentially what happened in the game is that I made a basic blunder here. So after queen f3, rook a7, b3, I'm still moving like a maniac here, and I suddenly realized here that I think I almost went to reach for the pawn. I was going to play a4 here, and I thought a4, a takes b3, easy draw, it's all good. And then I realized there's b4, and I mean, I don't know if this is actually dangerous or not, but like I suddenly started to worry about white getting a3 at some point. Yeah, I mean, this loses to bishop d3. So yeah, like I mean, this of course is what I missed. And so like I didn't see it. I was going to play a4, then suddenly I realized, which is why I started thinking for quite a while before going for this queen e5 line, which I wasn't very happy to play, if I'm being quite honest, because what happens in the game, it looks optically quite dangerous, but I just didn't see a way for Vokidov to break through. Like g6, yeah, I thought queen e6 was maybe a better try than queen d4 perhaps, but here after takes and rook c7, I still thought that I'm probably okay. So I mean, again, I don't know. I mean, computer wants rook a6 and a4 and bishop b5, and I mean, it gets tricky. Like, I wasn't sure here after knight e4, knight d2, whether this is bad or not. But like, again, if anybody can win, it's going to be white because of the pawns on the queen side.
Right.
So
yeah.
But what he did in the game with queen d4, I mean, he just ended up in this box where the rook got stuck. Like, because basically, if we go forward, if my king is on f8 here, if I'm going f8, e7 in one turn, then I'm fine. But he's beating me to the center by one move with his king. But the problem here is that he can't actually make use of his king being closer because of the weak bishop on c4. So like he would love for me to trade on b3, for example. Like he'd love for me to take on b3 here. But the point is I don't have to take. I can just bring the king back. Like, again, this is probably nothing after bishop b3, but it looks scary.
Yeah, we thought a white would be happy to take with a bishop.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm sure a computer's just laughing and says it's a draw, no worries. But for a human here with the outside pawn on the a file, it does feel a little bit dangerous. That's not to say that it is, but it feels dangerous.
It does go from like zeros to maybe like a time. Like the yield bar does move up a touch, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so again, I mean, hard to judge, but here, like, he had to go rook D, actually go back a move. Like, if he doesn't play rook D8 even, like, if he goes king D3, just go back. King D3 here, I can still just play king E7 even here. I can still ignore everything, I think. Because if he goes B takes A4, I have E5, rook H4, and then I think I have H5, and this rook on H4 is very, very out. It's very hard to play here. Like, bishop B3 allows the E4 and G5. Like, takes G5, for example, and his rook gets trapped, and so, like, it starts to get very dangerous. So he had to go rook D8, but after rook D8, it peters out into a draw very, very quickly. With this, rook D8, it takes. Actually, I was a little surprised he didn't take with the bishop, by the way, on B3. I was a little bit surprised that he took with the pawn. I thought bishop B3 was like the only try to keep the game going. Again, should be nothing, but I mean, maybe in the long term if you get A4, A5, A6, and you start pushing the P. But he took with the pawn after knight D5. Just a draw, basically. I mean, just nothing white can do, because after knight D5, king D4, there's also if king D4, I think I might have rook D7 here. Not the only way, but after king C5, I have rook C7, king B5, and I think I can go rook takes C4 here.
That's nice.
Because king C4, knight B6, B C4, knight C7, and you fork the king and the rook both ways. It is. I mean, of course, after rook D7, king C5, rook C7, you can go back to D4, but that's just one way to make a draw. Then he took on D5, and of course, I mean, there's basically no reason to play on here at this point. It's just a boring draw. So, I mean, it is what it is.
We have some questions about the security at the venue.
Yes, of course. Obviously, that's what everyone's here for. They want to ask questions that are not about the games, right? So, yeah, go ahead.
We saw that you were sitting with your rings at the board. And at the same time, the organizers said that anything that beeps at the metal detector is not allowed to bring. Did your rings beep?
No, they did not. They did not beep.
I guess that was all the questions we had for today. Thank you, everyone.
Right. No, okay. I think, like, I've been thinking about it quite a bit. Obviously, there are a couple things that I would say. Also, for anyone who says it's fake rings, I don't know, but this ring is supposed to be 18 karat. This gold ring, at least, because I won at the U.S. Championship in St. Louis in 2009. I mean, it says 18K. If I were to get the magnifying glass, it says 18K. But gold doesn't beep, apparently. So I don't know. I mean, whatever. Who cares?
Does that mean a gold earpiece would be the best way to cheat?
Okay, here we go. Okay, going right off the rails immediately. I mean, I guess theoretically, I don't know. Gold doesn't beep. I mean, I don't know how all this stuff works. I'm not like there's some term for people. I'm not a chemist or something. I don't know how the elements interact. So yeah,
well, I guess my point is that I don't understand why people are so concerned about this metal detector when it seems to me that a lot of the devices these days are so small that they're not going to be able to be detected on a normal metal scan anyway. And if you do beep, you can just show them, oh, yeah, I have a watch here. There you go. I have the watch.
Yeah, but actually, it's funny because today I arrived at the same time as the guy who Suleimanov, who beat Magnus yesterday. And I saw him just take off his watch, take his phone, and leave it at the front. So I guess today he didn't feel like testing it out. But like I think at the end of the day, ultimately it comes down to FIDE. Like FIDE has to really, I think, make a decision whether it's a serious issue or whether it's not a serious issue. Like my general perception of the topic as a whole is that FIDE does not actually think it's happening. Specifically, I would reference the FIDE World Cup, which was held in Baku, Azerbaijan, where there was no delay after I think there had been some precedent set at a variety of events with delay. So my personal opinion is that I think FIDE doesn't think that cheating is going on. I think it's very unclear whether it is or it isn't. I think obviously precautions have to be taken. But the fact remains, at the end of the day, when you look at cheating, I mean, Magnus has spoken about quite a bit. Obviously, chess.com, I think, has spoken about it. I've spoken about it. But the fact is, at the end of the day, only one person, I believe, who is, I would say, like in the top 100-ish, and by that I'm not talking about Hans here. But there's only one person, I believe, who's like 2650-ish, who's ever been caught straight up cheating. All the other cases, I think, have been people who are like somewhere in the top 200 or lower in the world. And of course, the case I refer to is Sebastian Feller. So I mean, it remains, is it paranoia, or is it actually happening? Like, and to me, it's not really clear what that answer is, but I think the FIDE has to sort of make a pretty strong statement about whether they think, A, whether they think it's happening or not happening, and like B, if you were to say that you don't think it's happening, then why do you have to have delay? Why do you have to have a 15-minute delay, a 30-minute delay, whatever it might be, on these events? Like but I think ultimately it's on FIDE to come out with some sort of statement on the whole topic.
Right. Well, but it's also very difficult to. I was just gonna say real quick that it's also very difficult to catch someone if they are actually cheating.
Oh no, I mean, undoubtedly it is, but the fact remains that when you look at players, I mean, if we exclude, all the allegations around one player, I mean, the fact is only one player, I believe, over 2600 has been caught cheating, and that would be Sebastian Feller. That is simply a fact. I mean, I guess Rouses was.
Rouse says that he wasn't 2600 before he cheated.
Yeah, I mean, Rouse was like 2550 and became almost 2700. But the fact remains, you're talking about, even if you count Rouses, that's two cases. That's just two cases that we're talking about. But ultimately, I think it's on FIDE to decide whether it's an issue, whether it's not an issue. But I would also say the reason I think it's really important to decide whether it's a serious issue or whether Magnus is exhibiting paranoia here is the fact that, like today, for example, there was a delay, but I don't know if the fans who showed up have to pay to get into the sports arena, or if it's just free for people who show up. I mean, I certainly hope it's free. But for example, the games were not on the screen until I want to say like maybe an hour and a half into the game. And if you come to the arena, and obviously you're sitting in the stands or around the floor where all the players are playing, and you can't even see any of the games on the big screen, then like why are you even there in the first place? So
yeah, but that Hikaru, that's my point. That I don't understand how you're saying FIDE needs to decide whether it's a problem and then take appropriate measures. I feel like even if it is a problem with cheating in chess, I'm not sure I agree with the measures being taken, because some of the measures in terms of preventing cheating, not actually doing that much, but it's massively deteriorating the product we're trying to sell.
I think if I understand you correctly, you're saying in a sense it's quote unquote security theater, I think is what you're saying.
Yes.
That like if someone's going to cheat, actually it still wouldn't prevent it anyway. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But that's the point. Like, if maybe it's you have to come up with certain standards, I guess, like to deal with that. But ultimately, I think the only way that you really get a conclusive answer on this is if basically there's a tournament that's sanctioned where, like, say, top players, someone is allowed to try and get away with it. But you can't do that for two reasons, unfortunately. First reason, obviously, is because if someone could do it and get away with it, it shows that your security is nonsense, and that'll basically kill the integrity of over the board. And then secondly, if someone does it, and they don't get, I said if they get caught, it compromises, right? Did I say if they get caught or don't get caught? Which one did I say?
If they don't get caught.
Yeah, so like if they don't get caught, but then if you do get caught, it's impossible, because chess is such a psychological game at the top level that everyone's gonna be super paranoid when they play against the player in future tournaments. It's no different than the situation with like Hans, for example. So I mean, it's a no-win situation, and I mean I don't know if there is a solution, honestly, but I think it's going to be a very, very, very big issue going forward. And I don't know what the answer is, but I also would say, like, in recent times, people who have watched my stream, for example, that people would probably have noticed that I've soured a little bit on the online tournaments and just the whole general mood around online chess, because it feels like there are a lot of accusations going around, whether it's Title Tuesday, whether it's the Chess Champions Tour. There are a lot of rumors and people accusing each other and this and that. And like with over the board, I mean, that's the one thing, is since the bar is so much higher for anyone to potentially try and cheat, I mean, I thought that by playing these over the board tournaments, I'd be getting away from all that insanity, but it seems like even with over the board now, there's all this talk about cheating. And I think it's very, very, very unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, I if I can speak as like a chess broadcast professional, I feel like, for instance, this delay is a massive detriment to the product. Well, my feeling is that if you're saying you need to have a delay as an anti-cheating measure, you're already admitting to the fact that you cannot prevent people from having devices in the venue. The delay will only work if you already assume that the player is able to communicate with the outside, meaning that you already failed from a security standpoint.
It's probably a good thing you're saying this. I'm not saying this. So I feel like if I were saying this, I think people would be very unhappy with me.
Why?
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you because basically what you're saying is that security theater and the ways that people would actually cheat, the delay doesn't do anything about it. And I do agree with you on that. I think it's true that realistically, the delay does nothing because the only way someone could cheat in real time is if they can get a device past security. That's the only way someone can cheat. So the delay does nothing. And I think, that's why I was saying earlier, I feel like FIDE, they are the governing body. I think they need to make a strong statement one way or the other on this whole topic, on these measures, whatever it might be. I think, because I do agree with you. I think delay is very bad. I think the delay maybe online is one thing, but for over the board, there's really no good reason for it because unless there's some magic way, I mean, there is no magic way. I mean, for people to cheat, basically you have to have some kind of device, and if you can't get a device past security, the delay does nothing. I mean, it's just simple logic. You're absolutely right there. So I don't know. I don't know, but I agree. The delay is very bad for broadcasts. It's for viewers. It's painful. I can tell you just speaking about the U.S. Championship because I'm watching it. Like my wife is playing the U.S. Women's Championship, and I'm always 30 minutes behind, and it's like I basically just wait for her to write to me. I just can't be bothered to watch the games because if it's not in real time, like it just really makes it unenjoyable for me. It just really does. So, I mean, to me, I agree. I agree with you completely on Ludwig. I don't think I think delay is security theater. Frankly, if someone can't get a device past, then the delay is a joke. So. Like you're right. I mean, it's kind of like you're sort of saying that you don't actually fully trust that you can do that. And I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. I would just hope that I would hope that the powers that be sort of make some sort of conclusive statement one way or the other, and we go from there. That's it.
Let me ask you this. Okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it. Oh yeah, go ahead, John.
Well, just to finish up from my perspective, Hikaru, if the World Chess Federation said we're gathering a group of the best players in the world, these are the people who are this is their livelihood that's at stake. We're gonna make a group where we're gonna have them sit down and try basically to sketch out what they think professional chess should look like a commission. Would you then be interested in participating and contributing with your thoughts in such a scenario?
I don't really know what the top players think. I think everybody has a different opinion, honestly. I think some players like Magnus or Dubov, for example, I think that is they think it's potentially very easy to cheat. I mean, again, I don't know for sure, but just based on interviews and things they've said. Then you have people like myself or you have Fabiano, I think, where we're sort of on the other end where we think it's I think quite difficult in general to do it. I think that would be one way forward, but again, that's the antithesis of what FIDE has represented for so long. I think that's one of the reasons you had organizations like the PCA where Xpar broke away, or you also had the ACP for a while, the Association of Chess Professionals. I think that's one of the reasons we've had some of these other groups is for that exact reason. So I mean, if FIDE did that would be great. On the other hand, though, I think to be completely brutally honest, all of us are a little bit we are sort of lacking in objectivity because we all have our own opinions based on individual experiences. So that would be a good start, but I don't really expect FIDE to do that. I mean, I don't even know what I expect, but also just I think it's one big problem is that right now you have one player who can definitely dictate things the way that he wants them, and if he makes a big deal about things change instantly. I think, for example, Fedosev had some issue. He was complaining about things that were happening, and if just Fedosev had said that, nobody would have cared at all. Nothing would have changed. And I think Magnus has way too much power in terms of affecting changes that he wants. And I think that it would be better for sure if there was some sort of commission where all the top players had a say instead of it just being Magnus throwing a temper tantrum, and that leads to all this chaos.
Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to ask you, Hikaru, so you guys were saying that if you can sneak a device past security, then you can cheat even if there's a delay, but it should be a lot more difficult, right? Because if there's no delay, you only need a signal, like a little beep somewhere, you know? But if you only have a device, you would need to put in the moves yourself, so that should be a lot more difficult, no?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but again, like, do you believe in your security or not? I mean, that's like I mean, what's a good example? I'm trying to think of a good example, but it's like, I mean, I feel like it's one of those things like it's like when you go to the airport and you try to go through security. I mean, at the end of the day, certain things do slip through here and there. I mean, but for the most part, like not for the most part, God forbid something were to happen. But it seems like, nothing happens. So either you believe in your security or you don't. But if you don't believe in your security in the first place, then, I mean, why are there even professional tournaments for money? I mean, seriously, why are there? If you don't believe that your security is good enough, or you don't believe you can make the investment to have the right scanners or whatever it might be, then why are we even having professional chess at all? So that's just my general take on the whole thing. I think is that at the end of the day, it's you're right. If you believe in the security, and I actually do believe in the security, I don't think people are sneaking things through. Of course, now for all you know, like you could, it's like I feel like with TSA, I feel like was it like CIA or FBI or one of those agencies, like they literally tried to sneak through. I feel like with like guns and other things. Like I don't know, maybe people should be like commission to try and see if they can sneak through with certain things or something to see. But like honestly, I believe in I believe in the security. I think it's good enough. I don't think people can sneak stuff through. So I don't really buy it. I just don't buy it. And it's sad we're having this discussion, but I do think it would be a good thing if other top players had more of a say. I think it's not a good thing that Magnus is able to sort of do this on his own. Anyone else doesn't have that ability. Like everyone can have their concerns, but at the end of the day, whatever Magnus says seems to be the rule or the law, whatever you want to call it. So yes, that's overall, in general, what I think about it. But again, like security is fine. I mean, I will say, like today, like they're putting little stickers on the badges, and it's sad though, because also like then you look at the arbiters having to deal with all this stuff today, all this insanity as well, and they have to sort of be kind of like rude to some people because now there's this air of like you have to do everything to stop it, like even though there is no issue to begin with, if I'm being honest, with cheating in this tournament, but now everything goes into overdrive, and so yeah, it's what it is.
Mm-hmm. To switch the topic a little bit back to chess before we let you go, Hikaru. What are your feelings now on Magnus? I guess this is he's got this under control.
Yeah, it looks like he's winning. Apparently, it wasn't so clear a few moves back. I mean, I'm not too surprised, but I think what this says is it's a lot of people have been talking about like the rating deflation in recent times. And I think, whether it's Magnus games or my games, in these opens, you're seeing a lot of the top players struggle. And even this game that Magnus playing here against the 2400, he is going to win this game, but he did not get an advantage for like 30 plus moves. His opponent was holding tough. And I think it's just the quality of the players these days. It's so high, and it's just every game is a grind. It doesn't matter. 2400, 2500, it's just a big grind. So it looks like Magnus will win this game. But it's been tough.
Is there anyone on 3 points out of 3 now who's caught your eye and who's been especially impressive?
Well, I mean, I haven't really been following the other games super closely. I mean, I think Arjun was on 3, right? Arjun was on 3.
Arjun won. He's on 3. Anish drew.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
and
right.
Narayanan
Yes.
is about to beat Magnus' opponent from yesterday, and actually
Okay, that's too
Robbie
bad.
Kavlishvili. Robbie Kavlishvili is
That's
about
too
to
bad,
win.
actually. That's too bad. That that his opponent's going to lose. You know, also because like all the jokes aside, I thought it was very awkward that that, you know, as soon as Magnus does a tweet, he goes on this long rampage about not cheating, this or that. Like, there are all these people who are fans of his suddenly start pointing out the guy's clicking his watch, everything else. And I mean, that also includes Tarjay Svensson, of all people, who, I mean, obviously has been part of Magnus's circle for a very, very long time. So, I mean, I feel very bad that the guy's going to lose, because that's only going to make people think that's only going to make people have certain thoughts. So like, now, if you lose today or lose tomorrow, there are going to be some amount of people who think something happened when obviously nothing happened.
Well, he is playing a guy 150 points higher rated than him.
Sure, but he's playing a guy rated 350 points or something yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But like, yeah, it's all kind of a little bit disappointing. And then, you know, we don't even really have to get into last night. But then Magnus gets really angry about my video title. Like, just has to lose his mind. As well, of course, in typical fashion. But you know, it's kind of
Did Magnus talk to you personally?
No, of course he didn't. I mean, no. I mean, if Magnus wants to talk to me, he knows how to reach me. This is not some big secret. But I mean, this is not Magnus' style. I mean, the only question is whether. Well, I mean, Magnus tweeted it. We just don't know which Magnus tweeted it, I guess, to be funny.
Well, I mean, but
Magnus Carlson or Magnus Barstad.
I mean, Magnus is not a stupid guy. I mean, by tweeting it, he knows that he's giving more attention to it, right? I mean, I assume your views went up by Magnus.
I don't know if I actually agree with that in terms of Magnus. I think sometimes I feel like he sometimes forgets the influence or the pull that he has. When he makes some of these tweets. I mean, when he makes a tweet about the game yesterday, like, who knows where his mind was at, but ultimately there are going to be some amount of people who automatically assume that he's accusing the guy of cheating. And that's because Magnus Carlsen, I mean, okay, technically he's not the world champion, but he's the best player in the world. And I think Magnus sometimes forgets that. So, yeah, I don't know. That being said, of course, you know, I think Magnus also is completely unaware of how like social media works to some degree in terms of, you know, in terms of starting a fire and having it spin out of control. Because this is not his arena. I mean, he doesn't make content. He's not making videos for YouTube. He doesn't understand some of these sorts of things and what goes on. So I'm not saying that he's stupid, but there definitely are parts of it that he's quite unaware of.
I don't know. I don't think you're giving him enough credit, but I mean, in this case, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I can say that. But for example, Magnus didn't go after Levy. Levy said new cheating scandal. Not only that, Levy actually had he put an ad in the video to just how that works, because I mean, people aren't aware. But if you put an ad in a video, normally there's X amount of views you need to get the maximum payout. Let's just say, for example, $20,000 if you get X amount of views. And you know, if Magnus was really so upset about all that, I wouldn't have been the only person that he went after. So
well, he doesn't care about Levy because I mean,
but okay, like to be honest, what's the video? I mean, like Levy's video is going to get 4 or 5 times the amount of views. Like the traction of that video is going to be viewed by, let's just say, 500,000 people, whereas my video is viewed by 100,000. I mean, if the issue ultimately is like being clear, like you should not want any views, or you shouldn't want it being misconstrued by anybody, let alone the channel that's going to get the most views on a video. So, like, that's just my 2 cents. Like, I mean, that's just 2 cents. Like, if it's truly about the issue at hand, about clickbaiting and all this other stuff, and you want the story to be correct, he would be talking about Levy as well, because Levy's channel is going to get the most views. It will get the most traction. True. Like if you look at if someone were to go and like if there's an amateur journalist who goes and does an article on a topic, they're going to look at Levy's video and they're going to see new cheating scandal and they're going to write an article because of it. That is what's going to happen at the end of the day. And I have no issue with that. I mean, I'm very, very happy for Levy and all the success he's had. But the fact is that people are going to look at that because his channel is the biggest channel. The most views are going to come from that channel, not from my channel. And maybe Magnus doesn't realize that or something, but that is the reality.
Yeah,
that's
good point. Fair point.
And also for anyone who wants to like talk about Magnus and this other stuff, like, I mean, he's the one who started the fire. He I mean, literally Magnus, like all of us, has been playing chess for 20 plus years. And like, of course we all get salty, we get angry and everything else. But to go and do that right after you lose a game over the board, especially when he could have just asked the opponent to take off his watch. Like, I mean, I swear as a kid playing in tournaments, there are instances like that where you get annoyed by something, you ask the arbiter, you ask the opponent, or things like that, and it's just like the fact that Magnus couldn't somehow do that, and then goes on this long.
A lot of
rant.
people are saying that, of course, Magnus couldn't do that because it's against the rules to talk to the opponent.
No, but I mean, if you were to ask the arbiter, or you can say, can you please check the watch, or can you ask my opponent to take off the watch, or my opponent's disturbing me, or all these different things. I mean, again, like technicalities are technicalities, but I do believe that the arbiter would have probably said something if he had been forceful about it. Like I swear, like even during Olympiads in the past, I feel like there are times where it's like you have people around you talking loudly, or even your opponent just goes away from the board, and like I swear it must have been like it must have been when was it? I forget when this was. Many years ago, I think I played an Olympiad, and my opponent was away from the board like every move. And I think I asked an arbiter, like, why is he away every move? Or even on his time, he got up and went away. And like even then, an arbiter takes a look at it. Like this is not first grade here. Like we've been playing chess for our whole lives. I mean, this is just ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. So yeah.
Well, in my mind, also, it's not the end of the world talking to your opponent. Like, I mean, there's rules and there's kind of courtesy, right? I mean, no one. Well, I mean,
I feel like there's also the problem that if Magnus had won the game yesterday, we would not have heard any of this stuff from Magnus at all. He would not have made a big deal about it. But because he lost, he made a big deal about it. If he hadn't lost yesterday, it would not be the big deal that it is today. I mean, he probably wouldn't have said anything, honestly. He would have said something very quietly, maybe to the organizers, but it would not have been a big deal. But because he lost, it became a big deal. So yeah, I mean, it's what it is. But to me, it's all very, very disappointing. So yeah.
Does it make you less motivated to play chess?
Well, I think it's definitely it's sort of I think the thing that I was looking for yesterday is sort of casts a pall over the whole tournament, because I mean, as I said, with online chess, it seems like there are accusations left and right that are happening now. And honestly, like for all the haters out there, because there are quite a few haters, I don't pretend to be like that. I don't pretend that I haven't actually online accused certain people of cheating. Like I don't pretend that I've never done that. But at the end of the day, you have to leave it up to the powers that be, like, and they determine that. So a lot of times, like when I play online, it's it's up to chess.com. Like they'll decide whatever someone's cheating, not cheating. That's how it goes. And I mean, I think that when I sort of lost my train of thought.
Do you regret any of the cheating accusations you've made in the past in online games?
Not particularly. I mean, there's one case. Well, I'm not going to go into it. There's one case where people assume that I'm wrong. That I'm pretty sure I wasn't wrong. We'll not get into that right now. But in general, I mean, I think you learn from it. I mean, I think certainly it's not a good thing. I have been, I would say, very careful in recent times on the whole topic, because it's very clear that, especially in the post-COVID world, players can have massive improvement. Like I'll give you one very specific example. There's this Iranian kid. I think it's Sina Movahat, or at least that's his username online, and he's like 2400 rated, but he's obviously, I mean, Gata, I think, is accused of cheating. I feel like he might have appeared in the Cranwick report too, but like kids can get really, really good due to technology these days in a way that was not possible before. So I would say, broadly speaking, there have been times that I probably should not have said what I said. I should have probably used more measured words and so forth. So, but at the end of the day, the past is the past, and you try to learn from it, which is largely why these days I say, once again, I leave it up to chess.com to decide, whether someone's cheating or not cheating, except of course when, it's blatantly obvious. So yeah, that's what I would say. But at the end of the day, I think with all the online stuff, all the accusations, again, like I know a lot of people like to pretend that I make things up when I don't. A lot of stuff that I hear, it's directly from other top players. When you start hearing about over the board chess, it kind of does like dampen the enthusiasm to some degree, because the one thing is that at the end of the day, like online, frankly, I feel like as long as I've been playing, I mean, I've been playing since I was a kid. It's been so many years now. That's always been like it's always been an issue where like cheating is possible online since probably the early 2000s. And I feel like over the board, because the bar is so high, because it's I mean, I'm not saying you can't have it, but it's very, very hard. It's always feels like over the board has been much more pristine, and so to have the same stuff filtering over it definitely dampens my enthusiasm. And I don't know where we're going from here, but I mean, if we keep going like this, Magnus loses another game to like some 2,500, and there's some problem or whatever. I don't know if I'm going to want to keep going with this.
That's a big statement.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's there has to be a line drawn somewhere, because I guess from a theoretical standpoint, it's probably, I mean, it probably is possible somehow to cheat no matter what the anti-cheat measures are. Probably someone can create some small device or whatever, some wacky computer nerd or genius out there can do that. But at some point, like where is the line? Where is the line?
Do you think there used to be trust between the professional players, and that trust has been kind of eviscerated the last year?
Well, I mean, I don't know if trust is necessarily the right word, but I feel like in general, everyone is just very, very suspicious. And I think, between the events of last September, and frankly, the preceding year plus of all those rumors going on, and then you see what's happening online, specifically Chess Champions Tour and Title Tuesday. I mean, I think everyone's just becoming much more paranoid about the level of their players. But I think that the biggest difference, as I said, is COVID and the fact that so many people are able to improve so much more quickly, and also like the rating is not necessarily a true reflection. I mean, I feel like there are a bunch of Chinese kids or like China, Singapore, wherever it might be, or like 23, 2400 who are playing at like a 2600 level. And so I think that it's I think the COVID paradigm, I guess I'll call it, has changed things completely. And I think a lot of players still, they assume the ratings are correctly reflected, but sometimes they aren't.
Mm-hmm. Right. I actually saw a tweet by Vallejo Pons. He said chess has to be played naked. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, but that's sort of, I mean, I know it's a joke, obviously, but the problem is like, if that's where we're going with people, just you don't believe that you can have proper security measures, and I mean, chess is going to die. Professional chess will die. It's just it really is that simple. So I mean, it's disappointing. I mean, but I suspect that there's some wacky genius out there who could probably find some way around everything. But I think for most professional players, like it's far and above, or it's far and away beyond anything that anybody could even contemplate. So I don't know. I mean, like seriously, it's what, 2023? What is this, like what's it, like 100 AD with the Olympics when everyone had to be naked? I mean, seriously, what is this? We're going back 2,000 years in time. Come on. I mean, seriously.
I don't think that was for security measures either.
No, but wait, I thought that was specifically, well, I shouldn't go off on this tangent, but I thought it was specifically because only males were allowed to compete. I thought that's actually why. Like, no joke. I thought that was the reason, because like someone could like, yeah, whatever. Let's not go off that topic. let's not go down that road. Not in 2023, at least.
Okay. I think we're gonna call it. Thank you for your thoughts, Hikaru. We're looking forward to seeing you with the white pieces tomorrow. Should offer better chances to like not have to react to the opponent all the way, and rather be the one setting the tone.
Yeah, I mean, I think my result is completely reasonable. I mean, 2.5 out of 3 is a very good result. I feel like I'm playing pretty well so far. And we're already like almost a third of the way through the tournament. So I'm pretty happy, even though I didn't win today, because I think I've just played pretty well overall. And I think that if I can just play well, good things will happen. And so far I played well. Obviously, chess, I mean, fundamentally is a draw, but if you play well, good things happen. I think I am playing pretty well. So yeah, it's all good.
Oh, and Hikaru, I just wanted to ask you one last question. So in Qatar, are you there alone, or are you there with your second Lil Jon?
I am here on my own. It's a very, very weird feeling. I honestly can't recall the last time I played a tournament where there was nobody with me. I feel like it's probably been quite a few years. Honestly, I can't even recall the last time I went to a tournament on my own. Maybe it would have been like a FIDE Grand Prix in like 2017 or 2016. So it's quite strange being on my own for sure. It's different, but at the same time, I mean, I'm enjoying it. The rounds are late, so I can stay up fairly late watching the U.S. Championship and doing everything else. But I'm enjoying it. I like the venue. I mean, people have been very friendly. It's been a very, very positive experience overall. And I feel bad for the organizers that there's all this unwanted media attention because of Magnus.
Yeah. Well, I guess next time if you're going somewhere alone, you can always invite myself or John Lodvig to come along, and we'll have a good time.
But Benjamin, all your bros are here. I mean, like Jordan Van Forest is here, Anish is here, Robbie Kevlishvili is here. Like, yeah, like I mean,
why are you not playing Benjamin?
I'm being held hostage. I'm being held hostage here by Hikaru. He's like, no, you're not playing. You have to commentate. It's tough.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think though also just with the opens in general, that's the thing is I feel like there's that's the other thing, like it comes back, everything comes full circle, but like with the ratings, even like if you're below a certain rating, I mean, there's so few open tournaments these days that it's very easy. Let's just say you're like a very talented junior and you're like 2,400, but your true strength is like 2,500. It's very hard to find tournaments to play, and there are very few opens, and like there's this open. I mean, I feel like there's like Abu Dhabi, maybe Dubai, but like all the old opens don't seem to exist. There used to be Gibraltar, of course, the biggest one of the year, for the more like amateurs or strong aspiring players, and so I think that a lot of players they try to come together with their friends to like the one or two opens just because it's so rare these days, and I think it's sad there aren't more opens or more opportunities. But you should have been here, but maybe next year,
Okay, thank you for your thoughts, Hikaru. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. See you then.
Yep, good luck, Hikaru.
Bye.
Bye.
So, in the meantime, Magnus did manage to win his game, coming in here with the queen together with the knight, being able to checkmate the black king. Any final thoughts, Benjamin? Anything Hikaru said that you want to talk about without him being able to respond?
Well, he's probably still, watching a little bit in the chat. So, no, but yeah, I think he shared his thoughts. Yeah, it is. I think he did make a good point that perhaps Magnus should have shared his thoughts privately instead of tweeting about it. He could have just told the organizers like, oh, I think there should be delay. I don't think there should be devices allowed. And then it probably would have been enforced without there being any attention. Yeah. So what do you think about this, John? Again, like you've talked a little bit in Norway, like do people make a big storyline about this in Norway? Like, oh, there's a new schedule or a scandal or not really?
No, in general in Norway, Magnus is very popular, so whenever stuff is written about him, people will usually click. And as long as people click to read the stories about Magnus, they will keep writing stuff, right? So Magnus got some press attention through his tweet, but I mean, there's been written maybe 3-4 news articles, but nothing more than that. And well, like I said, I tweeted earlier today, and I also said it at the start of the broadcast. I do think this could have been handled privately, and as part of what Hikaru is saying is like this affects his motivation, right? And the chess is in trouble right now, and I feel like, for instance, Magnus maybe not completely realizing how much trouble chess is in, because at some point, I mean, of course, Magnus can retire and live like a king for the rest of his life, but chess is still his livelihood right now, and some of the comments he's making, while I do believe that his intentions are good, that he's trying to preserve chess's integrity. it also means that the public perception of chess will become more and more like cycling 20 years ago, and that's not good. If sponsors believe that in chess and cycling cycling, everyone is doping, and in chess everyone is cheating, why would you want to associate your name with that? So chess is in trouble right now. That we must keep the game integrity in order to attract sponsors in the future. And I mean, it's so weird because chess is in trouble, but at the same time, chess is booming in a way it hasn't at any point, right? The pandemic actually was breaking all the records on chess.com. The number of people who play chess on a monthly basis is higher than it's ever been. There is a real moment for chess that we're hoping to seize commercially, but at the same time we have this integrity problem, and the timing is really bad because right when we're trying to get new bigger name sponsors, we have all these stories about cheating in chess, which will discourage those very same people who are trying to entice.
Yeah, it's tough, because like sometimes I also think like, oh, why aren't there bigger prizes in chess, right? But then like if there is, let's say, a tournament with, I don't know, like $1 million prize on or whatever it is, right? Then everyone's going to be super paranoid about cheating. So that's always a very difficult topic. But in the meantime, Johan Ludwig, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to quickly show the game between of my good friend Robbie Kavlishvili, who is winning, but it's actually very difficult. He's playing against Vahidov, and in this position, the obvious move here is the move g6, right, to push the pawn. But apparently g6 throws away the win because of rook g1. Let's say king f6, black queens, and black is just in time. Like you take g7, rook g1, king up, king d4, f5, and king e5. So the winning move, actually, instead of g6, is the move king g6. Now, he's got 45 minutes, but how difficult do you think it is to find all of this?
Not at all.
I
mean, this is literally one of the under chapters in Dvoretsky's endgame manual, no? Shifting the guard, I think he calls it. But
is it in Shanklin's book?
Is that the only one your friends have read?
I don't know if Robbie's had if he's read the book yet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's very tricky. I think you don't even need to kind of know stuff. You can just calculate it at this point. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think he should be able to find the win. And your friend Robbie, then 2,500, he's going to be on 3 out of 3. He's going to be ahead of Hikaru.
Ahead of Hikaru, ahead of Magnus, ahead of Anish. So yeah, no, that's going to be exciting. And actually, maybe if he wins this game, maybe he will play Hikaru tomorrow. That'd be
probably there's a 50-50 chance, right?
Yeah, like I think if there's an uneven number of players on 3, I think there's a very good chance he'll play Hikaru because he's probably the lowest in that point group. But
we're discussing how the rules work for chess pairings, but because Robbie had the white pieces here and because he's low rated, it's quite likely that he will play Hikaru, who's like the number 1 on the half point behind because their colors match.
Yeah. All right. So, however, I just had a quick look. It does seem that if Robbie wins, there will be 4 players on 3 out of 3.
Well, imagine being 1 out of only 4, though. what an accomplishment.
Yeah, no, he's playing good chess. He's playing good chess. So very happy to see that for him, and I really do hope that he does find a move, king to g6. But with 45 minutes on the clock, I guess you just brute force it, right? You see g6 now winning, and I guess you find king g6.
I think so.
Yeah.
Like,
all right.
Is it even that difficult?
I guess if you see king g6, you brute force it, and you find a win. I guess what you just have to realize is that if you go king g6, the problem for black is that he can go with the king to e5, but he cannot go to f5 at the very end, as then you block your rook.
So this is the key, right? That here, if you go and get the queen, the king will be able to move over to the pawn. But by playing g6, so if you compare this position to this position,
there's no king f5. That's the big That's the big difference. Like now the king is on e5, it's making contact with the f6 pawn, but in the other position, you can go king f5.
Yeah, and so that's why you need to move the king away, because you need kind of the pawn that's lagging behind needs to be the pawn that's the furthest away from the black king.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think he's going to find it with 40 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, maybe I'm jinxing him, but I'm not too concerned.
All right, and then I guess there's another game between two players on 2 out of 2, which is still ongoing, but nothing too much is happening there between Kaidanov and Sindarov. But I guess overall, it's been a pretty. I feel like Hikaru's game was a little bit slightly disappointing. I was hoping he would get more chances, but that's sometimes how it goes with black.
Well, I think, if I'm being honest, I wasn't going to say this with Hikaru here, but now that he left, I think the opening was not good. I just think this line Hikaru chose, he said that he had gotten his preparation, but I feel like he just, I don't know if he underestimated, or he did mention, right, that he did feel a little bit uncomfortable during the game and that he was under some pressure. And I agree. I think the opening was actually a problem for him, and he never managed to get the kind of position he wanted to get, given that he played the Sicilian. So obviously he's trying to have an interesting game, but it turned out to just be a position where white had the bishop pair, where white had the queenside majority, where he was just under pressure and had to defend well, which he did.
Yeah. No, I think the only regret he can have about this game is the opening. Like I said, he didn't get the position he wanted at all. It was just slightly worse without any realistic chances to win. So he's going to have to improve on that later on in the tournament, because there is a good chance that he might play against another like 2580, 2600 GM with the black pieces, and you want to get more chance to win, right? I mean, Hikaru is the better player, so if you can get a double-edged position, he will score wins sooner or later.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a draw with black is fine, so long as he wins with white. And then if there's now the next game, if he doesn't manage to win with white, then that's going to put more pressure on him to be even more aggressive with the black pieces. That's my 2 cents.
Wait, someone is saying in the chat that Federer say if he just left the playing hall without resigning? Is that true?
I don't know.
Oh, I guess
yesterday. Then I guess.
Yeah, I guess nobody's happy after losing.
He did have like 60 minutes on the clock, and the opponent had like 2 minutes. Imagine, this is unconfirmed information, but yeah, that sounds awful.
Yeah. All right. But Robbie did find that move, king to g6, so happy to see that. And now I guess he should just be. I guess we'll wrap up soon, but let's show that real quick. His opponent played this funny move, rook to a8. Now, I guess you can take, but you can also just move the rook out of the way. Right? Just move it back as like to b7 or so.
Sure. I guess then the rook will follow. No?
Well, yesterday, Fedoseev left. His opponent had to sit for 90 minutes. Well, but I was thinking after rook a7, maybe then you take us. You would rather have the rook on a8 as it covers the promotion square.
Ah, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be an issue. He has 40 minutes left, and the computer says that he can capture the pawn on b2 and move his pawn up, and that this is still winning.
Yeah, you have to find king f6 after you push the pawn to f7, which I guess is not wildly... He's played rook b5,
Yeah,
which is fine.
That's
so I assume
tricky.
Robbie's just going to win. Yeah, it should just be a win. If he doesn't win this, I'll be really disappointed.
He's gonna win, Benjamin. I assure you of it. Rook b5 is a good move. The idea being the same as Benjamin just kind of showed us, that if black tries to just follow the white rook by trying to lure it into capturing so that black may get a new queen, then now, since the rook is no longer controlling these squares, then it's safe to sacrifice your rook, making sure black doesn't get a new queen while the white pawns advance. So that's going to be it for Robbie. Big congrats to him and Dutch Chess for bringing up the next Bok. Would you say that? Can Robbie be the next Bok?
I mean, he can definitely still improve, but I mean, I'll be impressed if he gets to 2600.
Oh, really? The guy has 3 out of 3 in Qatar Masters, and you're not sure he's going to make 2600?
Well, I mean, he is already
from supporting your friend to being harsh on the reality scale.
I'm not being harsh. I'm just, like, he's 22 years old. It would be impressive if he gains another 80 points at that age, don't you think?
I don't know. It depends on, your job, your interest, your whatever. Okay. I think we're going to call it. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to be back tomorrow at the same time. Though, do remember that the games will now have a delay. So instead of 2 p.m. European Central Time, it's going to be 2:15. And that means also it's going to be 8:15 a.m. Eastern.
Yep. Yeah, same. Well, I was going to say same time, same place. More or less, just 15 minutes later. But yeah, we hope to see you tomorrow. And thanks, John Ludwig. It was a lot of fun, and I see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel